her call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 start, take your shots.
Also, still saying stop. No. Avenger custody. Please step forward. Anyone else close when you're first, let me know. Check on.
Supervisor know that
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. We got a special show tonight. We're going to be starting our part one of the Megyn Kelly Howard Blum conversation about the evidence against BK. This is a conversation that took place back in March of last year. So we're going to be getting into that in our part one, and then our parts going on from that are going to be going into the as of right now, she just came out with her sixth part. Megyn Kelly recently has been coming out with different parts regarding her conversation with Howard Blum and regarding the investigation and what's taking place currently. So it's going to be a mixture, but tonight we're going to be introducing you with the conversation that they had back in March. And we're going to be having a couple special guests joining us tonight. Silky Southern Tea and Law Offices of Andrew D. Myers. I can't wait. Thank you. I'm going to get through the hellos real quick, and then we're going to introduce our guests and get into it. I can't wait. Detective Golden ticket number 3. Thank you. Katrina, ticket number 4. 49er Girl, ticket number 5. Kib Kitty, ticket number 6. Diana, ticket number 7. What's up, Katrina? Melissa? Prayers, Melissa. Prayers, Melissa. I saw that. Prayers to all loved ones. Nevada, golden ticket number 10. Thank you very much. We're going to be going into, we got 2 shows tomorrow and another show Saturday, and then the typical shows on Sunday. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be getting into the Dylan Rounds case. Tomorrow evening, we'll be discussing Emma, Demetrius, JD, JS, HJ, JV, DL, DD, PD, all those initials, all the other players involved. We'll be having this conversation about that. And then Saturday night, we'll be having our part 2 of the WSU Kim conversation when she came on the show for the first time. We'll be going into that. Part 2, Caddy, ticket number 13. Thank you. What's up, Miss Girl? Thank you for hopping in. Hope you're doing good, Nevada. What's up, Collateral Damage? Ticket number 20. Thank you all for hopping in earlier today, too. Janet, ticket number 23. Appreciate you. Good evening, D. Marie, over there on Silky's channel. What's up, Yoli? Ticket number 26. Thank you. There's Silky over there. Hey there. All right, so give me 1 second. We're going to do the switcheroo, and then I'm going to introduce the guests for the evening, and we're going to get into it. I can't wait. Thank you all for hopping in. Appreciate you very much. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help. All right, and the special guest, thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you both. How are you guys doing this evening?
Oh, I'm at a
Good
focus. Good evening, CJ. Good evening, Mr. Myers.
Good evening, Silky. How are you?
I'm good. Did y'all have a happy Valentine's Day?
Oh,
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
I worked 13 hours at the jail and came home and crashed. That was my big wahoo.
There you go.
I reset up my place from the fire restoration, so that is finally the crew, I should say, coming in and doing their work. So that's done, over with.
Yay!
So I'm back to regular good stuff in the morning now, finally, after a month and a half. What a pain. I love the updated background, Andrew. You got the TV. I love the sign.
Well,
updated.
This was my original Studio B. I just haven't been down here too much because in the winter
Studio
it gets
B.
very, very, very cold. But I rigged up a heater, so I'm back down here. This is my basic thing, and I usually put a legal thing up on the screen, but I didn't have time to do that tonight. I was in kind of a hurry, so
Yeah,
we're not done yet. We have more to go.
I like it. Studio B. Yeah,
Studio B.
Studio B. That sounds awesome. So
I can't even get my Studio A right.
right. What's up, Space Junkie? Everybody hopping in. So, have either of you seen the Megyn Kelly, Howard Bloom conversation that they had back in March? And have either of you seen any of the Megyn Kelly stuff she's been doing recently regarding the Idaho4 case?
I saw the last Megyn Kelly thing that she did several months ago. I'll be really honest with you. I wasn't really impressed. I do like Howard Bloom's work. He's been a long-standing, very good journalist, worked for the New York Times, worked for the Rolling Stone. He's won Pulitzers. So I know people say not nice things about the guy, but he does have a good track record. And I tend to like his work and respect what he does. The other person you mentioned, not so much.
Not so much. Not so much from Studio B. What's up, Aaliyah? Ticket number 30. This is Kim Kitty. Studio B looks great. It is. I love the light, man. That's so awesome.
It is.
What about you, Silky? Have you watched any of it, or is this going to be your introduction to the Megyn Kelly stuff?
I did not see it last March. Last March, I was knee deep in Delphi. So, I have seen a couple of things recently, but just like little blips. I haven't sat down and watched the whole thing, so I'm really excited to hear what they're saying.
Yeah. Now, Megyn Kelly, she I think she came from Fox News.
Yeah.
Is that where she came from?
Didn't she do some time at NBC and then she went to Fox?
Yeah, or something.
Yeah. I know. I remember
for a while, and then
Yeah.
I don't know what happened or why she moved. It could have been just money. I don't know. But now she's on YouTube a lot, and so what do you just is it more like clicks and views for you when it comes to Megyn Kelly?
Oh, you're asking me? Well,
Yeah.
my impression was, and I watched the thing she did much more recently than March. I have read Howard Blum's material. I do subscribe to Airmail. When I first saw it, it really blew me away that there's so much out there. But the guy, you know that people here on YouTube, present company accepted, of course, just like to go way out on a limb. And Howard Blum really does seem to have done his research. And when he hits a nerve, people say, oh, that's been debunked. And I don't know what debunked means other than that, people disagree and they can't believe that he got that material. So I put a lot of stock in what he's done that I've read. The other person that you mentioned, the last one I saw was much more recently than March. What it was really if you had taken Howard Blum's work and the probable cause affidavit and put them in a blender, that's what you would have gotten. I mean, she just basically mixed it all up and read along with the PCA and added his work and got some sound bites from him and one or two other people. And that was her show. And having worked in the media in the past, I know that's an easy way to produce a show. Just take other people's work and get a couple of sound bites and mix them together. So,
Yeah.
I wasn't. Yeah, so I wasn't really impressed. I mean, if I had those resources and I didn't have another full-time job, I would certainly go out in the field and talk to people and get some original material. But that was not something that was done by her. But I still can hardly wait for Howard Blum's book because, he's done some good work, and we don't know if it's just what he's put together in the past. That'll be disappointing, but I have a sense that that's not what it'll be. Hopefully he'll, add some new material.
Yeah. Because he did say a lot of shocking stuff in the, I'm trying to remember the article that he wrote. What was the hunt or the something of a killer? What was it?
He's written a bunch of different articles. There have been several different articles, not just the one. He's written several different articles that have.
Yeah, there's one I'm referring to. The Mind of a Killer. I'm trying to think. Does anybody remember the title? It's something of a killer.
He's done several, and I think the one that people objected to was when he spoke.
There's some crazy stuff in there.
Yeah, to Mr. Gonsalves.
Yeah, that's it.
That he had done. Mr. Gonsalves had talked to some people in the grand jury, and the grand jury had their doubts, and that's when people moved in and said, "Oh, that's not true," and that's so we don't know. We don't know.
The Eyes of a Killer. That's what it was. The
Yeah.
Eyes of a Killer. Yeah. There was a lot of crazy stuff. So, who do you think he would have talked to? Because he said he didn't talk to Steve, and Steve didn't respond, but he said stuff based off of Steve. So where do you think he got his information?
You asking me? I
Yeah.
don't know. As a former, long in the past reporter / journalist on TV, people talk. And
It's
Mr.
small
Blum has
town.
Mr. Blum has a long record of knowing how to work a story. And, if you go to a community and you talk to people, I mean, certainly I would expect him to protect his sources, but who knows? Could be anybody. Could be, Mr. Gonsalves, has lived in his community for a long time. And maybe it's somebody he went to the gym with. Maybe it's somebody he went to church with. Maybe he's somebody that he went to the store with. I just came back from a store where I know everybody, and I can't just run in and out and grab something like I want it, because you see, who knows? But if he knows how to, he does know how to make a story. So
it's crazy because you hear of all the people not talking or not saying anything, so then it's like, well, who would have talked to some stranger if they're not even talking to their neighbor about it? So that's what interested me as well. Now, when it comes to the conversation, this is one that took place. It was March 20th, 2023 is when this one took place. So I believe this is probably the first time he had hopped on her show.
Okay.
So if there is other ones, if there is any links, please send them to me. If anybody has them, I'd like to hear. I would like to hear the other conversations if they've had them too. Now I know Megyn Kelly's she's on her 6th part right now, and that's what we're going to be going through after we go through this initial one. So we'll go ahead and get into it, and I'll share the link with you guys, and we'll check out the conversation that she had with Mr. Howard Blum. Give me 1 second. Let me switch this up. And thank you all for joining. Appreciate you. And then here's the conversation.
Megyn Kelly Show. Over the past few weeks, there have been several developments in connection with the murders of the 4 Idaho college students that shocked the nation last fall. So we wanted to take a look at the new details to see what they mean for the investigation and the man accused of carrying out the murders. One of the biggest headlines is the unsealing of the search warrant of suspect Brian Koberger's parents' home. Police revealing they took from that home a Glock pistol, 2 knives, and a black face mask, among other items that we're going to go over. One item taken from Koberger's car, a shovel. Joining me now to discuss this case and all the latest developments is Howard Blum. Howard is a journalist and a best-selling author. He has worked for the New York Times, for Vanity Fair, among several other publications. He has been nominated for a Pulitzer Prize twice. He's currently writing a book about these murders for HarperCollins and is covering the case for Airmail, a relatively new media publication that Graydon Carter, among others, are behind, and it's well worth your time. I've really been enjoying it. He has been to several key locations in the investigation, and it is clear he has many sources on this case who are intricately connected. Are you tired of feeling like your personal data is at risk? Or you're worried that big tech is watching every move you make?
Okay, let's. They have no ad space on this channel. All right, here we go.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine. I was floored by the first couple of pieces that you put out for Airmail. And I want to tell the audience what's amazing about your reporting is it always includes new information, shocking new information in some cases, but it is so beautifully written. You're open about where you're speculating, but your speculation is based on a very informed opinion, and your writing is just absolutely gorgeous. So thank you for these pieces.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. I'm flattered coming from you, so thank you very much. There's nothing more a writer likes to hear than praise.
Absolutely right. You're just like anybody else.
My kids will remember that.
We'll just play this tape whenever necessary. So I think the best way of doing this is let's go through the case, and where the new information is appropriate, I'll fold it in so that the audience can get up to speed on what we learned to expand out some of your reporting and the other reporting. I want to take the audience to part one. You've done 3 parts for Airmail on the series, and this is how you begin part 1, quoting now from your piece. Suppose you wanted to kill someone. That would be easy. There are lots of ways. But suppose you wanted to kill 4 people, all in the same house, all within moments of one another, and you chose to use a knife. That could help eliminate the noise, but it would require skill, strength, and endurance. Murder is hard work, especially if people fight back. Then there's the really big obstacle. You want to get away with it. You're determined to stab 4 people living in a single home in the still of the night and then disappear without leaving a clue to your identity. Now that's a more difficult challenge, but you did it. You have everybody stumped. It's the perfect crime. That's incredibly what actually happened and what was likely in the mind of this killer who has been accused of being Brian Kohlberger until the day he was arrested. Let me start with, do you believe, based on your reporting, police have the right man?
I believe they have the right man. I also believe that they have, at this point, a very dubious case in court. I don't think it's going to be as easy as we all assume to make the case against him. I'm very much looking forward to finding out just how much new evidence the police are getting. But at this point, what they have is what we call, in legal terms, bad facts. They might sound good to a prosecutor, but a defense attorney can punch a lot of holes in them.
That's fascinating because most people have been saying they think it's open and shut, it's a slam dunk, but proving it beyond a reasonable doubt is a lot harder than just pontificating about it. And we will learn more in June when they have that preliminary hearing where the prosecution has to show its cards, what evidence it has to see if this case should be tried over.
Very much so. But until then, what they're doing is they're sort of flailing about, it seems to me, and again, I'm on the periphery, they're flying about in desperation. They're looking for search warrants, calling up American Express cards, trying to make something out of cell phone tower movements of Kohlberger's car on the night of the murder. Well, cell phone tower information is very inexact. It's good for 13 miles. And it's a town like Moscow, which is as big as a yawn. 13 miles is not much. There are thousands of cars in that vicinity. A good defense attorney can raise lots of doubts, enough doubts to make a juror perhaps think twice about sending a man to what is in Idaho at this point an execution chamber. Right. They've set up a special room by Idaho law, and you're given a cocktail of 4 different chemicals that.
Well, and right now they approved the firing range back already, so that's what he'd be facing right now.
What we're talking about. It was back November 13th of just this past year, 2022. And your piece points out that this was a festive night on the campus in Idaho. It was football night. Everybody's having a good time. Nothing foreboding. There had been no reason to fear that there was a potential mass killer roaming the campus whatsoever.
No, and University of Idaho is very much a good time party school. It's proudly rated that on all sorts of college ratings. You go into the campus, and there's a banner across the main campus yard. And this is something the administration has put up. It goes, #1 best value in the West. And that sounds like an ad for a motel, not for an institution of higher learning. But that's sort of the atmosphere that pervades in the university. And on this night, the last football game, homecoming game of the year, everyone is out to have a good time. There's fraternity row, and they're all having parties. Interestingly enough, the fraternities are allowed to serve liquor. The sororities can't. It seems to be a very sexist discrimination, but that's the rule in Idaho. And these 4 murders occurred in a house just right off campus, a stone's throw from campus, in effect, where a 6 very attractive young women with their whole lives ahead of them were living and enjoying their youth. They were having a really good time, as one can see in various videos that have been released.
And I'm going to go ahead and pause it there for a minute so we can chat. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that the males could serve alcohol, but the females couldn't.
No, I never heard that either. That's something.
That's weird. Yeah, that's the first time I had ever heard that.
What do you expect from Idaho? Anything different?
No. When you look into what their churches practice, it's kind of in line with that way of thinking. Unfortunately, and he says he feels that they got the right man, and not only that they have the right man, but that a defense can poke holes in what the prosecution does have, which is we talk about it. We talk about those holes in our shows, all of us. Do you think either one of you, do you think they have the right man? Like, what's your percentage of guilt to innocence when it comes to BK committing this crime? I'm like a 60-40. 60 as in I don't think he did it, 40 as in I could see him doing it.
Well, can I comment? Oh, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say, Silky. Go ahead.
Well, I'm as not as informed, definitely. I think in the beginning I was like, absolutely, they've got the right guy. But there are some things that, the touch DNA is a big deal for me. Some of the things, cell towers, there are a lot of things that make me go, I think I'm at about 50-50. I can't really, nothing has swayed me 100% or even 50%, to lean one way or another. I'm looking at this with an open mind.
Yeah, because I mean, we all kind of look at different cases, other cases as well, PCAs, evidence, scenarios, even press conferences, from these other cases, right? And so when you mix all of that together, it already kind of creates doubt, just because, even the press conference today when we were covering the parade shooting in Kansas City, the officials there, it's odd, this is weird how nobody's been arrested, but at the same time, you're like, well, that is odd to hear it at a press conference that the person did this is not arrested, or the people aren't arrested yet. But then you hear the transparency of everything that they're talking about, and so you're like, you know what? Okay, it's trustworthy. With this, it's kind of like, wait a minute, you've been quiet the whole time, and all these other things. So that's what's crazy about this gentleman right here, is the stuff that we're going to hear tonight is just like what we heard. The frat parties and the sororities, only one was able to serve and the other one wasn't. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And it's a shocking
Well, they didn't. I think one of the things that makes me question is not just some of the evidence. I'm not sure. Somebody's going to have to explain to me why this is accurate. But another thing is, and I'm not opposed to getting a criminal quickly, but on the evidence that they have, it's like, now I look around and I'm like, there are so many other potential people that could have done this. A lot of shady things in different areas. And it's like, my question is, I guess, did you take enough time to really get the evidence that you needed against him where it's ironclad, or did you pass up people because you needed to find the perpetrator to put everybody at ease?
Mm-hmm. I think that's what they did. They didn't. I've always said that he was part of a bigger pool of people, and towards the end of December is when they just went right to him. I just with the way that everything went down, the scenarios, even the traveling from. I don't even feel like the Indiana stops that they, that he was, like. That's the guy at that moment, even just based off their press conferences.
Can I just jump in and say that
Yeah.
I just want to jump back. I thought we were going to analyze this presentation, and I just thought it was a really shoddy presentation. I like Blum. I like him a lot. But the presenter of this is just like giving a real, and I'm not going to say the word that really comes to mind, but she's just like giving a puff job to this. She's really giving a puff PR kind of a, oh, you're so great. Oh, you're so wonderful. So she's just disqualified herself as a journalist. Would actually ask to penetrate
a fan.
Well, no, I'm very serious about that because I have a history as a reporter. She's disqualified herself as a journalist, and the way I say that is because she's just like saying what a great man he is and what a wonderful job he's done. And ask a critical question, for gosh sakes. I mean, Silky Southern just added some really good points about how she has some legitimate questions, and if the presenter of this particular presentation had 1 ounce of journalism in her, she would have asked some tough questions instead of just like saying, oh, you're so wonderful. Oh, you're so great. Oh, you're so terrific. And she really just doesn't understand how to do a production because, for example, in the beginning, she read with some really phony inflection in her voice. She read a portion of her book. It's much more effective, and you see this on a lot of good presentations, documentaries. She would have said, Mr. Blum, would you please read one of your favorite portions of the book? Because now you're going to get his inflection, his mindset, what went into it, and he's going to emphasize the words that need to be emphasized. So this presentation is garbage. It's just total garbage. It's by someone who's not a journalist and is just pretending. She wants, and I've said this about the local media out in Idaho and Washington, she wants to get on his better side so she can get the scoop when he releases the book. That's all. It's just this is garbage. It's all it is. And I feel bad for anybody that looks to this to get answers. Now, to answer your question, I've said it before, and I have to say it again, and that is that as an attorney, I, A, really respect their presumption of innocence, and B, you've got to remember that in this case, we just have little bits of knowledge here and there. We have the probable cause affidavits, plural, and we have the press conferences that were early on, but there has got to be a lot more in this case. I would hope so. With all due respect to people who have told me that, oh no, this is it, and he's not guilty. There's got to be a lot more. There's got to be a lot. And so I have an open mind. I don't know. I have sincere doubts just based on what's out there now. I have sincere doubts, but I don't know. I don't know what else.
We're not at the water cooler.
No, I don't know what else they have. So I won't even comment on whether I think he's guilty or not, because as I've said on my channel, there's just so many rabbit holes. It's a lot of rabbit holes. And this particular presentation, has a great guest, but they're not utilizing him. It's sad.
When you do it, that's when you started off, especially if you don't know each other, like you started off that way. You're a fan and you're approaching it as a fan. And so I even think the person that is being interviewed would also realize that and take advantage of that and kind of shortchange the information that should be discovered. I am shocking he came out with that. This is the book that they're talking about, When the Night Comes Falling, which is supposed to be released in about 4 months. So that's the book.
They said spring of this year. They said spring of this year. So, I'll take a look at it. I'd like to read it. I mean, he's a
25th.
Oh, not
June
until
20
June. Oh, I thought it
Yeah.
was going to be in the spring. Okay.
June 25th. Well, you can pre-order right now, but according to this, it's June 25th.
All
24.
right. Well, there's so much else out there to read that, I mean, he's a good journalist, but who out
There's a
there
lot
really
of
cares?
books. Yeah,
There's a
didn't you
lot of
look up? Didn't you look
Yeah.
up how many books there were? How
Yeah, in my
many was
podcast,
there? How many
20,
was
and that was some time ago. Before
Mhm.
the holidays, before Christmas, we did a series, and there were 20 books on YouTube. And on my channel, I did a graphic showing 10 of the covers because I didn't have time to get the other 10. But at that time, there were 10 books. So who knows how many there are now?
Right. What's
You
up,
know?
everybody? Thank you for hopping in. All the ticket numbers. What's up, Rob? Yeah. So, but it is interesting though. Did anybody know that? I want to know. Did you guys know that only the males could serve alcohol, not the females? Isn't
Why
I had
that
no
is
idea.
that?
I had
Why?
no idea.
Why though? I don't get it. Why?
It makes no sense.
it doesn't?
Because you women can't handle your liquor, Silky.
I mean,
I can't. I'm allergic to
Yeah,
alcohol, so I can't handle
yeah.
mine at all.
yeah,
I'm just being a smart aleck.
yeah, you can't
No.
mix tea and alcohol. It don't mix. It don't
No.
mix.
No, but I mean, you would think that servers that they would want female servers. Wouldn't you think that a lot of the guys would give better tips or come more to the? I don't know. I'm just thinking, there's a lot of women servers and a lot of women.
No. Not that they couldn't serve at a restaurant or an establishment. These are at the sororities and the fraternities.
Oh, okay. I thought we were
Yeah.
talking about drinks. I'm like,
No.
dang.
No,
Oh,
just
it's
at parties.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna rewind it so you can hear exactly what he says.
What is that
But-
show that everybody? I'm getting those vibes. Everybody tells me to watch it, and I won't watch it. It's
What?
it's the show that about the woman that has kids for somebody else. It was a big thing. Oh,
The
y'all.
surrogate mothers? Is that what you're talking about? The surrogate mothers?
It was a Netflix series. I think it's still on. It's God, y'all in the comments. They
Yeah,
live.
because I don't know.
It was like everybody talk real funny, and you're just like a servant, kind of that breeds for the family, and it's considered
What?
somebody else's kid. Yeah, y'all. Somebody's got it. Anyway, everybody has told me I'm gonna have to look it up now. It's driving me nuts. But everybody said, "Oh, you got to watch that." I'm like, "No, you don't understand. That will upset me because I'd be wanting to kill somebody. I can't deal with that now.
I don't know. It sounds.
I'm
it
gonna
sounds-
find it."
It sounds pretty crazy, like an episode of Swamp People or something. Like something weird.
Oh my God. Like, even the people at my church, when it first came out, they were like, "Oh, you've got to watch this." I'm like, "What is wrong with you wanting to watch something like?" I mean, the whole premise was downgrading women. But I'm gonna find it, and then y'all know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Look.
Yeah, because I have no idea. What's up? Maybe
No, I have
there's
no idea
somebody
either.
that's on probation. I don't know if they're. I don't know. He didn't say that. He did. I think he would have said it if they were. I don't know. Let's see. Let's listen to it again. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, what he had said specifically is that the fraternities are allowed to sell liquor and serve liquor, but the sororities are not, which I've
Right.
never heard that before. I'm not questioning it because I've never hung out in Idaho, I've got to admit. But if that's true, what can possibly be the justification for that in this day and age? I can see it 100 years ago.
Yeah, not today.
No.
It doesn't. It makes no sense. And then
No.
I don't know. Yeah. Maybe
I'm sure
'cause
if you get down to the bars in Moscow, Idaho, I'm sure you have female servers. I don't quite, I'm certain
maybe
there
they
are.
maybe they were on probation or something, because there has been a lot of things going on in the recent years with in that area, with alcohol and suspicious things taking place and such. So it could be. I don't know.
Maybe there's a case of something happening in a sorority. I'm unaware of it. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll tell us. Maybe he'll inform us of that in his book. Who knows?
We should look it up.
Okay, Caddy Crime Girl, Handmaid's Tale. That's it. The Handmaid's Tale.
Sorority.
Y'all hadn't heard about that?
No, I have not.
Okay, it's sick. People love it. I've never watched it. It might be good, but I ain't watching it.
Let's see here. All right, so I'm gonna have to look up more into that. Let's hear what he says.
Oh, it was football night. Everybody's having a good time. Nothing foreboding. There'd been no reason to fear that there was a potential mass killer roaming the campus whatsoever.
No, and University of Idaho is very much a good time party school. It's proudly rated that on all sorts of college ratings. You go into the campus and there's a banner across the main campus yard. And this is something the administration has put up. It goes #1 best value in the West. And that sounds like an ad for a motel, not for a institution of higher learning. But that's sort of the atmosphere that pervades in the university. And on this night, the last football game, homecoming game of the year, everyone is out to have a good time. There's fraternity row, and they're all having parties. Interestingly enough, the fraternities are allowed to serve liquor. The sororities can't. It seems to be a very sexist discrimination, but that's the rule in Idaho. And these 4 murders occurred in a house just right off campus, a stone's throw from campus, in effect, where 6 very attractive young women with their whole lives ahead of them were living and enjoying their youth. They were having a really good time, as one can see in various videos that have been released.
Amazingly, despite the fact that the house was so well located and surrounded by other homes, it's not like this was a remote area, nobody noticed anything while the murders were taking place overnight that evening of November 13th. They believe it happened around 4 a.m. Nobody noticed anything, even though these are college students
She
who
doesn't
were up
know that.
and
How
about
can she
and had
say
been
that?
partying all night. It wasn't
What's up?
How can she say that? She doesn't know that. I mean, we don't know. She's going by maybe, what other people have said, but she's a journalist. Why doesn't she go ask a few people some questions? How does she know nobody saw anything? We know that neighbors were there the next morning. We know there's an allegation that the door was left open underneath. This is horrible. This doesn't even rise to the level of a grade B comic book. I mean, how can she say that nobody saw anything? I mean, we don't know that.
Right.
Leave your nice little comfortable studio and go ask some questions. This is horrible. This is a piece of garbage.
Yeah. Megyn needs a Studio B. That's what she needs.
No, the point I'm trying to make is that a journalist doesn't just parrot and say nobody saw anything. We don't know that. We don't know who saw what. I mean, even the probable cause affidavit says that Dylan Mortensen, DM, saw the guy allegedly clad in black and with a mask. And we know that Bethany Funk saw something. They kind of have covered it up, but we know that she saw something because, she was out at the frat with Xana and Ethan, and she came home with them. So we know that somebody saw something. So how could she sit there and say, oh, nobody saw anything? This is garbage. It's not journalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a point. That's for sure. Well, Dot saw it, right?
Well, it's too bad that somebody that has the resources and the name just sits there and, just gives a puff piece to Mr. Blum, who is a good journalist. And, there was another soundbite that she had somewhere in this special that I saw, but it's just repugnant that she's just parroting things that other people had said. And like I said before, it's like she took the Blum article, which I read, and the probable cause affidavit and put them in a blender and just, her producer, did AI with those two sources and came up with this, because there's no original reporting, there's no original thought, there's no original journalism in this, and
she's just going off of what MSM was putting out there and then is repeating it as fact.
Yeah.
Is basically what she's doing.
But she's in a position. She's in a position, having worked at two different networks, and having the name that she has, she's in a position to put out some good material, and she's failed to do that.
Yeah. No, I mean, because we all do the work. You know what I mean? We already know how hard it is. So
yeah.
And you can't say, we're not at that water cooler, and neither is she. And then when you have people go on the platforms and they expect, like you're saying, the journalism approach has already been done, and then it gets to a point where it's more respectable than other opinions, and therefore that's why you have to make it clear we're not at the water cooler. We don't.
Well, here's a thought. Now, Blum, again, he has won 2 Pulitzers. He did work for the New York Times. He did work for Rolling Stone and a bunch of other places. And if he wants to sell a book, which I'm sure he does, I mean, you don't write a book without wanting to sell it, he would logically save a lot of material for the book over and above what he put out in Airmail. Sure. So I can hardly wait to see what he's been saving, because all of the articles that he put out on Airmail have broken news. All the big networks, say, wow, according to Mr. Blum today. And so I can hardly wait to see what he really has in the book that he's saving for it. I mean, that it'll be some good journalism.
Oh, yeah. Especially, I mean, hell, with just this part right here where we're listening and we heard the difference between the frat and sorority when it comes to serving alcohol, and then imagine all the stuff you are going to, when that book comes out. It's going to be, I'm going to have to get one of those digital versions and read that.
Yeah, you and me both. We'll have to read it together.
Yeah, let's do it, man. That'd be sweet. Yeah.
Understand why.
Until the next day.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, you were talking about how much work we all put into what we do. And I mean, I know with you, just like me, it's just me. That's it. That's what, all the work, all the hours.
In the community, too. Community help with information as well.
Sure. But, when you're presenting it and you're gathering all that's your stuff. And so she is, got a national platform. Why doesn't she? I don't understand. When you've got all that help, why you can't have a great presentation.
I agree 100%. That's what I was saying. Yes. Exactly.
I'm not really paying attention to her words, though. I'm paying attention to his when it comes to this interview. We'll see what else he has to say here.
When the 911 call came into police.
And the question of nobody noticing anything, that ties into what made this such a big, 4 deaths.
Oh, okay. I guess he's responding to what she's just said about nobody being there. So let's go ahead and rewind it a little bit.
And the question of nobody noticing anything, that ties in.
Come on, YouTube.
Amazingly, despite the fact that the house was so well located and surrounded by other homes, it's not like this was a remote area. Nobody noticed anything while the murders were taking place overnight that evening of November 13th. They believe it happened around 4 a.m. Nobody noticed anything, even though these were college students who were up and about and had been partying all night. It wasn't until the next day when the 911 call came into police.
And the question of nobody noticing anything, that ties into what made this such a big, 4 deaths is a tragic event. 4 deaths of 4 young people makes it even more tragic, arguably. But what made it, I think, so appealing or so fascinating, so intriguing to people all around the country, if not the world, was that it was a mystery. It happened as you point out, in a house that was surrounded by relatively close by other homes, other families on a college boulevard, and he got away with it. There wasn't even any blood splattered outside. You couldn't see a trail of blood.
Right.
How did this happen? How did the police not be able to find the killer right away? And that's what added to the mystery. And it was a mystery where we were all involved in it because we were brought into it. The police were asking for our help. What did we know? We being the public. And we all had our social media devices. We all had the internet. We all started looking for clues. We became sleuths in this very perplexing mystery.
The 4 students who were killed were Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Zaina Kernodle, and Zaina's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin. The other 2 female roommates were there. And that's one of the mysteries of this case. They were in the house that night. One of them, we've heard her name quite a bit, Dylan Mortensen, DM. They've outed her name, so it's not a secret. And then there was another roommate named Bethany, who you don't hear as much about. Dylan has outed herself as having seen who we believe was the killer that night inside the home. Why don't we hear anything about Bethany? Do we know what, if anything, she saw or was doing that night?
Well, she allegedly didn't see anything. She was on the first floor as you enter the house. The house was built in 3 stories. Dylan, who saw the intruder, was on the 2nd story with 2 of the people who were killed, and then there was a 3rd story. The only reason we know about Dylan's seeing the intruder is that the police released their affidavit to charge the suspect, Koberger, and they quote Dylan. She said she saw somebody. She said she froze. He had bushy eyebrows. That was the big clue. And here's the real mystery. Here's what is still perplexing. Here's what still is astonishing. She goes back to her bedroom, locks the door, and doesn't wake up till 11 the next morning. And then they finally discover the bodies.
Wake up.
One can...
Right.
We don't know that, though, do we?
Questions
we don't,
we don't even know if she woke up at 8.
We don't know. All we know is that 911 call wasn't made until 11:58. We don't know what Dylan Mortensen was doing between 4 o'clock approximately and that time. We have no clue.
I wonder where he heard she woke up at 8. Because he said that.
She said she froze. He had bushy eyebrows. That was the big clue. And here's the real mystery. Here's what is still perplexing. Here's what still is astonishing. She goes back to her bedroom, locks the door, and doesn't wake up till 11 the next morning.
11.
11. Not 8. 11.
We don't know that. How does he know that? Maybe he knows something that he's not telling us and that we don't know. Maybe this is one of the blanks he's going to fill in his book, but that's kind of astonishing to think that she went to sleep at 4 and didn't wake up until 11.
And he says that. This is what's astonishing, is that she locked the door and didn't wake up till 11.
Because weren't there reports of, people, there were text messages and stuff going throughout the... So if she's asleep... I mean, come on. If she's asleep and the rest of them clearly can't text, then, what's going on? And why... that doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
No. And what about... if she didn't wake up until 11, who were the people that even the police acknowledged were there when the first officers arrived?
Yeah.
And who called him there?
Exactly.
So I don't
That's
know.
crazy.
Either he misspoke or he does know some things we don't know. But did Bethany Funk get up on her own earlier and call everybody? I mean, I don't know. I have no clue.
I mean, wouldn't that be the only?
That would have to be it.
Yeah.
It would have to be. She walked upstairs and saw from the 2nd floor. Living room,
Now, wait a minute. I am no physician. I am no urologist, but just put 2 and 2 together. You're out, you're doing stuff. you're drinking all night. You don't go to bed at 4 and not wake up until 11. You have to go and relieve yourself. Come on now.
Yeah.
It's true. You laugh, but it's true.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's where the latent footprint came, right? Had to go to the bathroom. Oh shit, I stepped in something. I don't know what it is.
Who knows?
Clean it up real quick, right?
So that doesn't really have the ring of truth. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to question
Crazy. I haven't heard
I don't want to question his greater, having looked into this and, sourced things, but that particular statement just
it's crazy.
It doesn't jive.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah. Because if it wasn't Dylan or Bethany, then somebody else came in the house. And I mean, like somebody clearly knew. And it wasn't the other four, so it's one of the
he's just saying Dylan, and that would have to leave if that's the truth. I mean, who knows? It wasn't placed until almost noon, so
right.
Who knows? Maybe they could have called friends, and it's Moscow. You drive 5 minutes and you're there, or you walk across the street and you're there. It all could have happened in 15, 20 minutes.
That's true.
Or the other alternative, the other alternative possibly, and I'm just speculating, we don't know. The other, people came and went for parties. So did people come and go for breakfast? Did people just like drop in to get their coffee in the morning? I don't know.
Yeah. But wasn't that one, I watched one, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was talking about he was supposed to get up that morning and go somewhere, but then he got a text and they said that something's going on over there, and
anonymous Dave.
So but that was much earlier, than 11, so he already knew several hours. What did he say? It was about 8:30, 9:30, somewhere around in there.
Yeah, I think he said he had to be at work, or he had to leave for work, I believe is what he said, at 9. So he got up a little bit earlier and he said that TikTok was blowing up.
Mm-hmm.
Was it TikTok or what's the other?
Snapchat.
Say you're right, Snapchat. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And he said it was blowing up, and everybody in town knew that something had happened over there. Mm-hmm. So
right.
Well, we'll be going into that on Saturday night because that's going to be part of our part 2. We had WSU Kim on the show back in June, I think, or March, somewhere around there last year. She joined us on a few shows, and we went into the first time she ever joined the show. We went into that episode a few nights ago. That's episode 1. Episode 2, we'll be doing a recap of that conversation. So if anybody hasn't watched that show, look a couple episodes back. The first time WSU Kim joined the show. Originals are on the members only, but I made that one a treat for everybody. And then we'll be talking about the anonymous Dave, and we'll be going into those discussions as well on Saturday. So I can't wait to do that too. And if either one of you are available, I know you got something Saturday. If either one of you available, you're more than welcome to join.
I will be doing a podcast on Saturday. I'll be recording it. Hopefully, I will be able to edit it and get it on the air by Sunday. Have you been following this whole thing with the sold body parts from
Silky
the Harvard
does.
Medical School?
Silky does.
I do, yeah.
I have some
Silky
maybe
does.
new information, and I am going to be doing a podcast about that. And it's
wow.
Where I live in southern New Hampshire, the town where the guy brought all that stuff back from the Harvard Medical School is, just maybe a 15-minute drive from where I live. And it's
wow.
So I'll be doing a podcast on that on Saturday. And
Silky's done some episode or shows, haven't you? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I did. I have to go. It's been, Yoli was on with me on one of them.
Okay.
And then, I did one about when that news broke. And then we had one in Alabama who's a prisoner whose body, it was very sus, the whole thing. But long story short, his body was returned without a heart. Nobody can figure out where the heart went. The officials are like, oh, no. But I work on Saturday, but what time is it? I can listen in.
Well, I will be recording it on Saturday.
Oh,
And
okay.
what we do is we record and then we edit. But did you know that the Massachusetts Superior Court dismissed the multiple lawsuits that were brought against Harvard, saying they can't sue Harvard?
Why?
That's
That's
join
your
our podcast.
show? Okay.
The Superior Court, the number of different people brought different class actions and different individual actions against Harvard Medical School and some of the individuals there. And so there were a bunch of different lawsuits. And the I don't want to sidetrack you too much, but the Superior Court in Boston, Suffolk County Superior Court this week, dismissed them all in a 19 page decision. And so we're going to be talking about that and some inside insights. Yeah. Is that crazy? Is that nuts? Is that just like beyond all comprehension? But in Massachusetts, and here's the little secret. In Massachusetts, there are 2 levels of appeal above the Superior Court. So this isn't the final word. This isn't the final word.
Good.
But,
wow,
that we all thought it was crazy. We all thought it was crazy.
Absolutely.
Well, you would be welcome to join me, either one of you, on my podcast. We're going to be recording it at around 12:30 on Saturday.
12:30.
I would normally love to, but I'm going to be in jail.
You're going to be in jail. What'd you do?
I accepted a job there, so
okay.
It's my weekend to work. I love that kind of thing. I love that case.
Yeah, she's a nurse.
Yeah, I am. I'm a nurse in the jail.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, okay. All right. I've been in jail many times to visit clients. I've been in all kinds of jails.
Yeah, nobody get a soundbite from that. Nope.
Yeah, I know. When I tell people I've been in prison a lot of times, many times I've been in prison. Yeah, they look at me.
Hey, what's up, Jason? Everybody hopping in, appreciate you. Yeah, you guys should. Yeah, because she has done some stuff on that in the past with all that. I haven't.
We did too. Early on, when I first started podcasting, before I got into the true crime thing, we did civil law, and so we did a bunch of different episodes on that story also, and it's just a crazy story. Wow. It's just there was a store, you probably know about it. There was a store in Salem, Massachusetts that was selling this stuff, and they had a storefront displaying some of this stuff.
Oh hell
wow.
No.
Yeah, we had pictures of it. We had pictures of it in our podcast. People are actually into this. People are actually into buying this stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
They sure are. Yeah, and that's how long ago was it? I was in Salem in 2019, 18 or 1918, I think. Were they selling them?
I don't know. All I know is that when the story broke, it was last spring, wasn't it? Around March, April, May, in that time frame is when the story broke. And one of the local newspapers on the North Shore of Boston had pictures of it, and it was like, so we had somebody go over there and take some pictures ourselves. And then one of the local TV stations had some pictures that they were nice enough to allow us to use, and the whole storefront. So I know that they were selling it. How long they had been selling this stuff, I can't answer that.
That is nuts.
But
that is nuts.
Wow.
Yeah, people that I know collect trains or stamps or coins, but people actually collect that stuff. You know what I mean?
And I think it was an older case that that Yoli was on Silky Southern with me, and that she did, and it had to do. I don't know. She'd have to tell you. It's been years ago now, but it was even back then. It was a huge. Yeah, they don't know like who's buying this, but they're obviously people are buying body parts, and you like to think. At least I like to think it's medical schools or somebody who just needs some anatomy, parts, but probably not. There are probably a lot of nefarious people buying body parts.
There's an article in one of my local newspapers, and it's a local newspaper, so I don't know if it really made national news, but there was an article about a guy that just, like I said before, a lot of people have the hobby of collecting stamps or coins or trains. I collect guitars, even though I can't play any of them. People collect stuff. People collect Hummels. But there was a guy that the newspaper he actually allowed the newspaper into his house, and he collects stuff like this. He has skeletons of rats. He has skeletons of hands. He has skeletons of skulls. He just collects this stuff. So I don't know. I never heard of this.
I didn't think you could do human stuff, but now I do know because of another research case. You can go on Etsy and buy skulls of like squirrels and authentic, or knife handles that are carved out of actual bone. Some of them say human bone, but I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, according to the reports here in the New England area, these people have been doing this for quite some time. They had been doing it for a long period of time. So how could Harvard not have known about it? How could the supervisor? I mean, he was the head of this department at the medical school, but how could he have been doing this for as long as he did? So yeah, people have been buying this stuff for a long period of time, and there was some kind of a underground market. I mean, drugs are illegal, but people do drugs. So this kind of stuff is illegal, but people did it. So what? It's illegal. People do it.
Yeah. But,
people.
But putting it out in the store in Salem, like, good God.
Yeah, that was a little bit odd, but you have to understand, people that haven't lived in Massachusetts have to understand that there's a whole different culture in Massachusetts. It's not like the rest of the country. It's just a whole different place.
No, every state
It is.
Well, I mean, so you ask how could they sell this stuff out of a store? That was my answer, that there's a whole different culture there in Massachusetts, here in Massachusetts.
Hell, it's one state over. It's a different culture, you know.
Yeah. Odd area was ready to ship out until I found out how much snow they have.
Yeah, they just got a blizzard down there. They just got pounded down there. Up where I am, we got like flurries.
Yeah, you're going through one right now. You're going through one right now.
You can have Cape Cod. The traffic in the summer is just crazy. The traffic in the summer is just forget it. You can have it.
I'm sure, but I loved it.
I'm sorry we sidetracked your podcast.
Yeah, we probably should get back to it because there's a couple people that aren't feeling so good with the conversation. And when it comes to the actual topic of it, they're kind of getting grossed out.
All right, I'll be right back. My dog
My
dog is begging to go out, so I'll be right back.
All righty. Some people are like, I can't even handle deer on the wall. All right.
And then they finally discover the bodies. One can...
Right.
Here, let me rewind it just a little bit here so we can get back into what they were saying.
Seeing the intruder is that the police released their affidavit to charge the suspect, Koberger, and they quote Dylan. She said she saw somebody. She said she froze. He had bushy eyebrows. That was the big clue. And here's the real mystery. Here's what is still perplexing. Here's what still is astonishing. She goes back to her bedroom, locks the door, and doesn't wake up till 11 the next morning. And then they finally discover the bodies. One can raise all sorts of questions, as I do. At the same time, I think one has to cut this poor girl a little slack. In many ways, she's a victim too. She will live with this for her entire life. She saw something incredible, astonishing, and she just perhaps couldn't deal with it. That also, though, raises questions if she's going to be put on the stand to identify Koberger as the man she saw walking through the house dressed in black, wearing a mask over his mouth and up to his nose. How good is her memory? How reliable a witness?
Go ahead.
He was talking about a reliable witness, not to downplay, and I 100% agree that girl, both of them are going to be traumatized for life. I get that. But if you were out, as everybody in pretty much in college. It was a Saturday night, whatever, and you had something to drink. How? I guess my question is, how reliable is that witness going to be? Bushy eyebrows, dressed in black, blah blah blah. But if you were intoxicated at all, don't you think the defense is going to poke holes at that?
Yeah, that's what he said in the beginning. That's what he said in the beginning. The defense is going to poke holes at and they can poke holes in every single thing that the prosecution. He said he feels that BK is the right person. He feels that the prosecution has enough to convict him, but he said at the same time the defense is also going to be able to poke holes in every single part of what the prosecution has. So yeah, they're going to be able to poke holes.
Yeah, I guess I didn't hear that part. I was just thinking about if I had been in that situation, I wouldn't trust my judgment. I wouldn't trust my judgment on one beer, but that's just me.
That's my theory about why Bethany Funk is not wanting to participate in my theory, and I don't know, and I'm only speculating, so jump all over me if you want, but they're college kids and it's like homecoming weekend and God knows what she was doing, who knows what she was doing. And so she doesn't want to get involved for the very reason that you mentioned, Silky. She's going to be cross-examined. Well, were you doing this? Were you doing that? Were you impaired in any way? And alcohol would probably be the least of her problems. So
the other four were reportedly at parties intoxicated. So why wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly.
And when Ellie comes out in an initial press conference and is telling those people, don't worry, if you were doing something that you don't want your parents to know about, don't worry about it. We're not interested in that. We're just interested on what took place. That's basically what they're saying is the extra stuff that you guys were involved in or might have been involved in. We're not worried about it. We're not going to tell your mom.
Well, there's two layers to that.
There's still intoxicated.
There's two layers to what you're saying, and I think you just touched on it. There's two layers to that, and the first layer is, okay, and I've seen trials where people are granted immunity from prosecution for doing certain things. So, if you were doing whatever illegal substance, we'll grant you immunity in exchange for your truthful testimony. But that doesn't change the fact that credibility is always an issue with every witness, and anybody that goes on the stand can be cross-examined. So, for them to say we're not worried about that other stuff, that's fine. But it really doesn't change the fact that if you're a young person who was imbibing in whatever, you're going to be reluctant because darn well that people are going to be cross-examining you. So,
yeah, and they're going to ask you, and you can't. Just because it's okay to other people, well, you're still intoxicated with whatever substance which alters your mind. So there goes credibility as well. I want to say real quick, contribution call out to Nicola Moody, not only for the prickly pear, but also for a great show tonight. Love the guests, the $2 super sticker and the $2 super chat. Thank you so much for your contribution to the show and the community. Thank you. Appreciate that. And yeah, when it comes to say, that's not their fault that they were probably intoxicated. But at the same time, that's why I've always felt that neither one of them want to participate, because I feel like their statements that were used in Brett Payne's Exhibit A, probable cause, that they were suggested questions.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
They don't want to be the reason why somebody got off because somebody else wanted to twist their words in order to make something fit.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, they have to, if they were, and most likely were, intoxicated of one substance or another, I mean, wouldn't you second guess yourself too as a witness? Like, you replay that in your head, but witnesses are unreliable anyway. And then you would think that's a heavy weight for them to have to get up and say, knowing that they weren't 100% in their probably in their right mind.
Well, think about it. If you're talking 3 to 4 a.m., you're ending your night of, possible intoxication at 2, 3 a.m., and then you're in the midst of a sleep, or in the midst of the a deep part of the intoxication. I mean, I can't imagine trying to even if you had that little a light and that's all you had to go off was creep, like peeking through a door. Who says that there were even bushy eyebrows?
Right. And that's subjective. What's bushy to you might not be bushy to me.
Oh, exactly. And I know stone cold sober. I mean, I'm drinking a tonic. Stone cold sober. I've gotten up in the morning and, before my first cup of coffee, I've questioned something that might have happened. I got up the other day, and I don't know how it happened, but this child's toy that was down the hallway started going, they make little noises. So I went down, I made my first cup of coffee, and I'm sitting there trying to wake up, and I'm going, what just happened? So stone cold sober, our memories are not perfect.
Right.
And as you said, Silky, witnesses aren't perfect. So then add in the substance, and it's just, you're right. I think a first year trial attorney whose degree just still has the ink wet on it, I think they could cross-examine the hell out of these witnesses. So it's going to be a tough case, no matter what.
I've even always wondered, even with the frozen shock phase, I've always been under the assumption that the university had information and they were the ones that were supplying it to Moscow PD because nobody wanted to talk to Moscow PD, but they would talk to people that work for the university. And I've always wondered, I know that you can't talk like a counselor isn't able to discuss things,
Right.
the privileges, but who's to say that they didn't have people that they sat down with and said, okay, look, I'm going to talk to you. It is a counselor, but we are going to use this information to give it to the police. Then I think it's totally legit. And I think that's how they got the information to give to Ellie. And I think that's why they were always involved at the press conferences and they were always involved in that circle because they were the ones that were able to supply the information. And I think that's where even the frozen shock phase came from, because why would somebody that is a witness say, yes, I shut the door and I opened it and I shut it and I opened it and then I saw the bushy eyebrows and I was in a frozen shock phase?
No, it makes no sense. Well, you and I, CJ, and I'm not as familiar with your work, Silky, I'm sorry, but CJ, you and I both reviewed Scott Green's book, and so we know that early on in this case, Scott Green from the university and the MPD were having 2 conferences a day in the early days. Then it went down to 1 a day.
Mm-hmm.
What was going? And of course, Green says, "Oh well, we don't know anything that you don't know. Oh, give me a break." So who knows?
They were the ones sending out. They sent out the dean of students to go to the different fraternities and sororities to get information.
Yeah, so we don't know what happened for him to admit that they had 2 conferences every day with the Moscow Police Department tells us a lot. So, I don't know who said what to who, but that, they had 6 weeks between the date of the crime on November 13th and the day that they actually arrested Koberger. They had 6 weeks to get their story straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I would contend that that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, to get it to fit. And I don't think that they, like I said, I always think that it was the end of December, but I don't think they talked to Ellie, and I don't think those statements were from Ellie. They were just used from different statements that were used from when the university sent people out to talk to students about what took place, because wasn't nobody saying shit. They weren't going to say nothing. Lisa, I want to say contribution call out. Wow, I do love you, CJ. Thanks for being a member for 5+ months. I appreciate that very much. And also, where's it? I saw you put this in there too. $10 super sticker, Lisa. Appreciate the contribution. And somebody jumping through a hole saying, yippee. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the positivity. Whoops, there we go. What's up, Beth? Watching on TV. Yes, and if you're not subscribed to either guest, here are their links. I know you guys are already, but just in case nobody is not, there are their links. Definitely go sub. All right, so he just got done saying it's perplexing, it's astonishing that DM didn't wake up until 11 a.m. after finally locking the door and seeing the bushy eyebrows.
To me, it seems
if she's going to be put on the stand to identify Kohlberger as a man she saw walking through the house dressed in black, wearing a mask over his mouth and up to his nose. How good is her memory? How reliable a witness was she if, as she admits, she only glanced for a second and was in a, as she says, quote, a state of shock?
Yep.
Well, here's the thing that jumped out at me. So the police are the ones who said that she was, in their affidavit, that she was in some sort of state of shock that night. And afterward, because she didn't call the cops, she saw him exit the apartment and went back into her room, and the cops were not called.
No, saw him walking towards the sliding glass door, not exit the apartment. There's a difference.
For another 8+ hours until noon the next day, and not by her. So that was a mystery. If she saw him, she was terrified and she was in shock. I said at the time, if she saw him and she thought, some guy's over, he's hooking up with a roommate, he was hanging out with somebody on the second floor or the third floor, then it wouldn't be a mystery. College houses like that, it can happen. You don't think much of it. So that would have explained everything to me. And now we get this reporting. This is from the Daily Mail that, first of all, points out that the family of Ethan Chapin, who was killed that night, the boyfriend of Zaina Kernodle, they are questioning why Dylan did not call the cops after hearing, quote, crying and screaming. And they're wondering, what happened there? Well, now we get some reporting, and we don't know whether this is true or not, but we get some reporting that Ethan Chapin, again, one of the victims, his best friend, was the one who found him and Zaina. And okay, this is per News Nation. Ashley Banfield reporting that a source who spoke directly with Dylan is saying Dylan allegedly did hear those noises at 4. She opened her door. She yelled, "Calm down, you're being loud. I'm trying to sleep." Then she closed her door and locked it. And she saw, then later in the night, she heard more noises. So she opened the door. She saw the killer walking down the hall, but she wasn't frightened. She assumed he was a guest. Now that makes sense to me. Again, this is one single source, as reported by Ashley Banfield of News Nation. That to me would make perfect sense, Howard. The reason she didn't call the cops is because she didn't think it was a thing.
Right. It makes sense. It could be true, but we really don't know. I think some of the News Nation reporting has been a bit dubious. Maybe that's my New York Times background prejudice.
That's true.
Maybe I'm not looking at it objectively, but rather subjectively. But I take it with a grain of salt. When you say she was in a state of shock, though, this is the police quoting her comments. I think they put it in quotes in the affidavit, and it's in quotes because she said that to them. She could have, I think, and we'll only know that she as something as you describe it, perhaps very likely did happen. It's a college house, things are going on, it's no big deal. And she just locked the door. The next morning, they get up, they find this. I think it's her phone from what I've heard. And again, this is just speculation that was used to make the call, but she herself did not make the call. She was, again, too much in a state of shock. Someone had to grab her cell phone and they made the call with that to the police at 11:58 that morning.
That's right. The same reporting again. This is again News Nation saying, per multiple sources with knowledge of the killing investigation, it was Ethan Chapin's best friend who called 911 using Dylan's phone. He went to the house on November 13th, and that same friend reportedly took the pulse of the victims and is the one who spoke to the 911 dispatcher, and then the police came. Your reporting sets the scene for when the officers showed up at the house, 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. They showed up that day, and you point out one of the eerie things about the moment was the silence.
Yes, I mean, the people who I spoke with, the police, said the cops, first thing they knew that something serious was wrong, because all they got a report of was an unconscious victim, an unconscious person, rather, at the house. And then they see a group of kids mulling about the house, like gulls on a beach, as it was described to me. And these kids are silent. They've been putting up with the university kids all their professional lives as cops. I don't think they've ever seen silent kids before.
Yeah.
They knew that this was something serious.
Ain't saying
They
nothing.
walk into the house and they see blood right away. It's right seeping down the entrance floor. And one cop talks to a local shrink who works with the police department.
Seeping down the entrance floor. So was it going down the stairs? Because
that's the first floor, and the unalivings happen on the second and third floor, right?
yeah, and if you remember, there's a video clip. It was the same clip where Don Daniels is taking the pictures. And you see the clip of the forensic team, and they look over there's that rail to look over the stairs that go down to the first floor. And they look over the rail, and then they look down where the stairs are at towards the top, and you start seeing them take photos there too. Was there? Man, was there? Because
that's a mystery, because I thought that the crimes occurred on the second and third floor, but does that mean that one of the defendants ran down the stairs, and thus that's how Bethany Funk saw them, and thus that's how Bethany Funk saw things and heard things that are exculpatory? Where's your dun 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 sound effects?
right?
Yeah.
That's how they left. But you couldn't tell that's how they left, because that's how the friends came over and came into the place. So you couldn't tell if the person left that way, because then it was already contaminated with a bunch of other footprints going in a bunch of different directions. And you're exactly right. Is that how they left? Was through that front door?
Well, that would mean there were two, because I thought, according to DM, she saw the person heading towards the door in the back on the second floor, right?
Yeah, but she locked her door after that, and who says the person didn't turn around and then go out the other door?
No, good point. We don't
Because
know.
at that point she locked her door and didn't open it anymore. That is very interesting, huh? Seeping, he said.
Yeah.
Do we know that, though?
I don't know. I've never heard that. I've never heard that before.
There's so much in this case that, I mean, CJ, you and I have had this conversation before. Because of all the secrecy, stuff just comes out, and we don't know the veracity of any of it. Might be true, but we don't know.
Yeah, like her not waking up till 11 either. Like it's crazy.
The cop talks to a local shrink who works with the police department about the smell of blood. Maybe he's imagining it afterwards, but it's still very strong in his mind. And they start exploring things. And as they explore, as I said, it's a 3-story house built on different levels. They go to the first level, and they go to the first bedroom, and everything's more or less fine. And they said, well, maybe this isn't so bad. And they go up on the next floor, and they start finding the bodies. And it's a shock for these cops. These cops have been spending a great deal of time with the local psychiatrist assigned to the police department, and their wives have been going to the shrink too, because they have to deal with their husbands who have had this experience of discovering this crime scene.
Oh, the trauma.
Wow.
The local psychiatrist for the police department also plays in a 70s.
She just covered up what he said. Hold on a minute. Oh, the trauma. She just bleeped out something he said. What did he say that she bleeped out?
Going to the shrink too, because they have to deal with their husbands who have had this experience of discovering this crime scene.
Oh, the trauma.
Right there. What did he say? Okay, so if anybody wants to, I'm not going to dig into it right now, but if anybody wants to dig into it, here's the link to this video. Go to the 19-minute mark, and you'll see she removed a few words of what he was saying in the middle of this for some reason, and I don't.
Good
See
catch.
See what he says.
Their husbands who have had this experience of discovering this crime scene.
Oh, the trauma.
The local psychiatrist for the police department also plays in a 70s cover band. He was playing just 2 weeks before downtown, singing Sweet Caroline and Van Morrison favorites to a packed audience that included some of the cops.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I appreciate the color because, yeah, like a lot of these small towns, it's a college town. They're about the local sports and supporting the local kids and dealing with noise complaints and the education that comes along with all of it. And it's sort of fun and it's a little dreamy. I mean, having grown up in Syracuse, New York, I understand this. It can be a little dreamy. It can be like just a little oasis from real life.
And has about as much
until real life comes crashing in.
The winter.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. The tundra.
But there's something else about Moscow, Idaho, that makes it a little more, a little more darker, I would say, than Syracuse or any other college towns. A large contingent of the town belongs to a very fundamentalist church, which is, fine. They're right. They've announced. I spent some time with them. They're against vaccinations. They're against masks. They've had many demonstrations on the street, and these have become where people have been arrested. There are now court cases. But this group is intent on creating a theocracy. That's what they've said. That's their word. They want to control Moscow. On Main Street, everyone talks about the bars that the kids went to the night before they were murdered. There are also 2 different cafes, a bookstore, and a sort of pop-up university.
I'm going to pause this real quick. I want to ask you guys, because we were talking about, we had Rosie on. We were doing episode 2 this morning about the incel theory discussion and diving into more of it. This makes me wonder, because we have watched stuff on the church there. We have even discussed certain things about their beliefs and stuff, that particular when it comes to certain things, especially with gender. It makes me wonder if you combine the two, can there be incels? Because when I talked to somebody that went to a church in Moscow, we had him on the show, and we were talking about just the part about the church and how with the church that he was with, they not in Moscow, it's already a small town, but then the church was only 1,500 people, and they were in their own bubble from Moscow, right? So then if you're that dedicated and you're that radical, then you already have somewhat of an incel approach, because you're not in that activity. And so it makes me wonder, with as much as the towns that particular religion wants to control Moscow, it makes you wonder, could there be an incel type group that is part of that 1,500 bubble that got mad about all of the things that those girls were doing, as in partying, drinking, having fun, relationships, sexual encounters, and all these other things.
Are you talking about like this group saying that they were, I'll just be blunt, a bunch of sinners carrying out? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As much as they want to control the town, and that stuff is frowned upon. That's why when we're talking about the 1500 bubble, they don't allow that outside influence, because that outside influence affects that 1500 bubble so much so that they take drastic measures to make sure that that bubble is protected. Wouldn't they take I mean, couldn't there be a group, not necessarily the church itself, a group that is part of that group that has that incel? Because just because you go to church don't mean you're not getting rejected from females. It doesn't mean that you're not getting rejected like an incel would. So I'm saying you mix the incel with that part of ideology and how strict and important and how much you want to force that way of life upon a community, and you see this happening. I'm almost like putting it together going, wait a minute,
CJ, think about how many, and I'm a Christian, but how many, whether they're Christian or some other group, like go off the deep end, and they feel like they're doing God's work. How many criminal cases have we seen where somebody's loop-de-loo because they believe they're doing the world a service by ridding them of these sinners and whatever you want to call them. I mean, I think that is, for an extreme, yes, I think that's entirely possible.
Yeah, like you're doing it for the greater good of your practice, or your what
or maybe they hear God. What if they hear God telling them, you need to rid the world of these? I mean, it's a possibility.
Okay, folks, on that note, I gotta bow out. It's getting too late for me. Plus, my dog was at the vet today. I gotta take care of the dog. But
well, thank you so much.
Note,
I appreciate you.
Don't read anything into this, but it's been great being with you guys this evening. Thank you very much for having me as a guest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye,
Appreciate
Mr. Myers.
Have a good one.
You
too.
So it makes me wonder, like, because we've been discussing it. You see what they kind of go through. Who's to say that there aren't somebody that's going through that same thing, that are in that 1500 group, and you mix those two together, and all of a sudden, I don't know. It's just something to think about.
Well, yeah, because if you're in a very strict Christian, I don't even want to say cult, but if you're in a very strict Christian group that is you in those like, look, I know I was raised this way, so I'm not casting stones. I'm just saying I was raised this way. Like, you didn't drink, you didn't smoke, you didn't have relations outside of marriage, you didn't do a lot of things. And so you're talking about a group of, especially guys, and not just guys, but you're talking about a group of people who are at their peak physically, and if they're living in this set of rules and regulations, and then they're not progressing with suitable members in their own group, or somebody who's interested, I could see where they could get a little bit loopy and start looking around and saying, look at these girls are going to hell. That would be in the South. I mean,
it's like, if they're that isolated, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they have their own school system, they're isolated. They are fucking isolated. Okay.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean they don't go to Walmart. And when they would go to Walmart and then they see oh my gosh, look at that. That girl sitting there talking to that guy, that's so fucked
Mhm.
up, like you mix those two together and it's like, son of a bitch. Maybe it was. And because somebody's knows somebody or somebody's son or grandson or something, it's blame it
Right.
on the outsider.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even now, even where I live, there's a lot of people who homeschool their kids. I mean, they're not as cultish as, The Handmaid's Tale, but or like this, but they still, separate, and then yeah, it makes integration harder. And I can see, even in my area, I have to be very careful what I put on my personal Facebook page, because somebody is gonna, say something, even if it's innocent, even if it looks like something, and I don't say, because I will never say anything publicly that can be used against me. But you know what I'm saying. I'm very careful about my social media, but uh, the thing of it is these type of people do exist, and I'm not saying that their belief system is wrong. You can believe what you want to believe. I don't have an issue with that, but it can breed a almost like it can breed some bad stuff if you don't have balance.
Yeah, and to say that something doesn't exist, I mean, shit, it does.
Yeah,
There's a yin and the yang for a reason. One of
yeah,
them exists and the other one does too. It's just how the fucking world is. And if people can think that no, that can't be, well, I'm sorry. We live in reality here,
yeah,
and everything is fucking possible. It's just how it is. It's called life. Shit, we didn't, who thought the parade shit was gonna take place? It's reality. The shit does happen. It
yeah.
takes place.
It
It takes
does.
place. So he says blood was coming out of the first floor. I'm gonna rewind it just a skosh. I want to get this right because I want to hear exactly what he said about this. Thank you all for hanging out. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way to help me and Silky.
Against masks. They've had many demonstrations on the street, and these have become where people have been arrested. There are now court cases. But this group is intent on creating a theocracy. That's what they've said. That's their word. They want to control Moscow. On Main Street, everyone talks about the bars that the kids went to the night before they were murdered. There are also two different cafes, a bookstore, and a sort of pop-up university that has been set up by this church group. And they also have a real estate office to bring people in from out of town to help them find homes in the community. So this has become a force in this very liberal, as you say, carefree college town, a very openly misogynistic, openly not conservative. That's not fair to conservatives. This is a theocracy they're trying to create, a church-run community in this town, and that's also at odds. There's a undergoing tension in this town. Before the police chief had to handle this mind-boggling murder case, he had 6 death threats against him, serious ones, in the past year that, according to the police chief, came from this church group. But
see what I'm saying? The chief had 6 death threats that came from this church group.
Wow.
Is this another freeze where the frickin' the incel mixed with the fucking hello?
Wow. Yeah, because that sounds like a very extremist group. What's that church? I don't even want to name them and give them any credit, but the horrible people that hold up the signs and are just full of hate. Because in my opinion, that ain't Jesus at all. But and neither is this. You're gonna send threats to somebody because they're because they don't believe and act like you think they should. Come on.
To the chief of police, you guys.
That is
dude. Hello? Oh man. This is this
Wow.
this is going to be a new topic I'm going to be asking.
Yeah.
This is crazy. We'll be talking about this tomorrow night because we're going to be talking about, yeah, that's what I've been saying, Kelly. That's what I've been saying about this church. That's why I've been showing the videos that we've been showing ever since I made my trip last November when it comes to this church over there. We were getting into the church pretty much about a year ago. 11 months ago, we were getting into the church. And it was obvious from then that they had these practices. That's what I've been trying to explain to everybody this whole time.
Wow.
Even in the intro and discussing this conversation that we were going to listen to, there's the way that they with the just even like with the women and men and the difference. It's not something new. We've shown it. It's gross, and it's
Yeah.
2023, 2024. And you're like making, I mean, I remember even one video we played a few months back where somebody was doing a sermon or something, and he was like, we're not saying that women shouldn't be able to go out and have the same jobs we do, but we are saying that they first need to focus on the household and the dishes and the cleaning and all this other shit. And you're just sitting there going, what the fuck am I listening to? Is this 2023?
Hey,
Crazy
we've
shit.
got them here too. I'm telling you, it's not like just a strange thing. Of course, I know I'm in the Bible Belt, but yeah, you have the same. It's not a broad, okay? It's not across the board. It's not broad. Most women work in Alabama, but you do have those same beliefs and those same people, same preachers saying the same things, and misogyny is a big deal here. It really is. Even if you're in the workforce, you can tell it's the good old boy uh, belief. Like men are just better than women. I mean, hello. This is why I'm single.
Yeah. Yeah, it's but here's the crazy part. They only have about 10% of the population of Moscow. Remember? 1,500 bubble.
Yeah.
Not very much population. So where does the strength come from? I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't be surprised. Man, it always seemed like this incel, but man, the more we started getting into the incel shows, shout out Rosie, man, the more we get into them, and then I mix the control, with how they want to control things and stuff that, would just, you mix it with the death threats to the chief. I mean, come on, and maybe it is one of those situations where it was like, we don't have any fucking information and we just got sued and we just lost a lawsuit against this church that we had to pay up because of the masks. They fought the masks and some shit went down and the church sued the police department for unlawful, and they ended up winning. And so it makes you wonder. Now I know his power goes way beyond, because I guess this church is connected to all these other ones throughout these different states. But man, you mix death threats to the chief. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of incel type thoughts from a group that were part of this isolated bubble, and they wanted to, quote, the incels want to get a win for the incel community. I bet you this group wanted to get a win for their own community because they were tired of the stuff that is extreme to them taking place in their own backyard, even though they were isolated. What's up, Danny? Ticket 77. Yeah, it had to do with the masks due to COVID. because they were against it. They were against the masks. They were against the shots. And people were arrested for not wearing the masks. And that's where the lawsuit came from. Yeah, you can look it up. They won it. They got a lawsuit against the local Moscow PD because of it, because of the arrest and the treatment based off of them being forced to wear a mask. Otherwise, they got arrested. What's up, Crafts and Crime, Doc?
Well, so they're probably looking at, since they're local to the area, and, $1,500 for an area like that is a pretty good amount. And, I mean, you're looking at all these other people, aka sinners, coming in from all these other places, messing up their town, making it a little sin city. You could see where a mentality could. I'm not saying it did. You could see where it could happen.
Well, yeah, because you know how strict they are, even when it comes to the clothing of the females, right? So they go to the fucking Walmart to get lettuce and shredded cheese for the taco Sunday brunch or some shit. And then they see a girl in spandex shorts that shows half her ass crack. And they're like, oh, that is so raw. You know what I mean? Like, it could be that fucking simple. And they already know because they're a local celebrity, because they're being followed by all these people around the country on Instagram. So they're a local celebrity and you see what they're doing. And so you're seeing this stuff, even though your parents are probably telling you can't have an Instagram, you probably have an Instagram and you're seeing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Doc? What do you think about that? Like an incel type group that is part of the 1,500 isolated bubble from the church. They just, this guy, Howard Blum, says that the church, Fry had to contact them 7 times about getting death threats. 6 times, 7 times about getting death threats from members of the church. The chief. I don't know. It sounds like some extreme.
Yes.
When you look at what they preach and the extremities of what they preach, and then you look at the extremes of what they want to practice. I mean,
yeah, it's scary. I mean, again, I've said for years, these people really haven't read the Bible, because that's not what it's about. Like, I don't know what you're reading, but Cherry, what's the other word on my shirt?
There you go. Raised
on rock and roll.
There. Did a zoom up for you there. I saw what she said. I'm like, well, let me zoom it in real quick. We're not in Studio B. We're in Studio A.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. There are extremists, and I mean, I deal with them in my area. Like I said, even some of my friends, I use that term loosely, more like acquaintances, but they feel like I'm a grown adult. I've got grown adult kids. And you're going to say something to me on Facebook about questioning me what is in my red Solo cup? None ya. That's what. None ya. None your business. But I mean, I literally, because of my allergy, I literally have nothing to hide. But it really, really made me mad. I'm like, ugh, how dare you? And the person that said this was the same age as my kids. I'm like, boy, I will get my strap. I'll get me a hickory, tan your hide. You leave me alone.
Oh, damn, you're talking Southern right now. Tan your hide. Some bitch. That's my Southern. That's my Southern. Son bitch. You mix the 2 words together. Everybody likes it. Everybody likes it when I say "son bitch." It's just mixed up together. Shout out, Caddy. This is the video about the mask, where the people getting arrested in Moscow about it. Here it is. Thank you, Caddy.
As a psalm sing in Moscow, Idaho, and it landed 3 people in handcuffs, and 2 others were handed citations for not wearing a mask. The first of its kind that we have heard about in the state of Idaho. Moscow has a mask mandate, one of the few cities in Idaho that does, and they've had it since July 1st. Same as it is in Boise, it says if you can't be more than 6 feet apart from people not in your household, either inside or outside, you have to wear a mask. On Monday, Moscow City Council extended that mask order to January 5th. Members of Christ Church decided they've had enough of it and put together a protest/psalm sing where they would gather in the City Hall parking lot Wednesday and, well, sing. The pastor who organized the event told us they're wanting to make a statement that they're ready to return to normal in Moscow. This time, close to 200 people showed up. The city was ready. They opened up the parking lot, even marking out 6 feet of sections out on the ground with paint. But not everybody kept in their space, and that's when the police moved in. One of those arrested was Gabriel Wrench. He's a deacon of Christ Church, and he also happens to be running for a Latah County commissioner seat. They've done these type of get-togethers before, several times, I was told. And even Wrench wasn't sure why this one went this way.
The times we've done the psalm sings in the past, under the same resolution, we weren't arrested, we weren't warned, no warnings, no nothing. And so we were just taking our constitutional liberties to do what we're allowed to do under the Constitution, to worship wherever. The government cannot dictate us where we can worship, what time we can worship. And so that was kind of our protest of extending the.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the same gentleman I was talking about when it came to women being in the kitchen and cooking.
The resolution through January 5th was through a wonderful psalm sing.
So you guys have had these psalm sings before?
What's up, Red?
These gatherings?
Yes.
And nobody's been arrested or cited?
No.
Because
so what was different about last night?
Well, I think they wanted to make an issue out of it. They wanted to flex their muscles because we've already done psalm sings in the past, and so they wanted to make an example out of it. And so they warned us that they were going to either cite us or take us to jail. The reason why they took me to jail is because I wouldn't give them my driver's license. It's not that I wouldn't give it to them. I just never answered the question about the driver. The officer said, give me your license. And I said, you don't have to do this. And so he kept asking for my driver's license, and I just kept kind of preaching to him. And then he said, I'm asking you one more time. He asked me one more time, and then he arrested me.
How did it go from them walking up to you to them asking for your ID?
Yeah. They walked up to me and my mom. They said to my mom, are you with him? And my mom said, he's my son. And then I looked to the guy next to me and put my arm around him. I said, but this is my friend. And so that's what made it easy for them to start talking to me. And that's why they asked for my ID.
What do you have against a mask mandate when not able to social distance?
There's First Amendment issues there when they're dictating my free speech. They're putting a mask over, they're requiring me to wear clothes that I don't want to wear. So there's some First Amendment issues there. The bigger issue I actually have with it is the government telling me to wear a mask. They can't tell me to wear a condom. They can't tell me to take a vaccine. It's just a petty and unconstitutional in the most egregious way, because it's actually a detail that connects to a far bigger issue that we're setting ourselves up to lose liberties far greater than what we know now.
But they can't tell you to wear a seatbelt, right?
Yeah, it's a problem. They shouldn't be.
What would you say to somebody who said, it's just a mask? Just put it on when you're around people you don't know and you can't be distant from them.
What would you say if someone told you it's just a vaccine? Stick it in your arm. This is for the health of the community. Do it.
I've had a flu shot before.
Yeah, but what if they made you?
I guess that's a little different in playing devil's advocate, putting something in my body as opposed to wearing a piece of fabric over my face.
The government believes they can do that.
But that has never happened.
That's my point. There's no brakes on their system. They tell you to wear a mask. Well, what's stopping you? For the sake of the health of the community, we have a health emergency here. You need to have a vaccine. And the problem is, it's just bad government. It's bad resolution. It's bad politics. It's bad laws all the way around. And we need to be able to make the connection between it's just a mask and taking away our massive civil liberties of my right to worship in a parking lot on Wednesday afternoon.
Well, this was obviously more than just a religious gathering on a Wednesday afternoon. To be clear, nobody was cited for worshiping in a parking lot. You could say they got the publicity they were looking for, sure. But since it's the first citations that we've seen here in Idaho, we couldn't actually ignore it. Wrench and the church claim the mask mandate should be rescinded since Latah County has had less than 350 COVID cases. Hospitalization numbers are low and they've had no deaths. The city council believes the mask mandate is why. The psalm sing lasted a total of about 15 minutes, and by the end, there were 3 arrests, 5 citations for violating the mask mandate, including 2 of those people cited for resisting and obstructing. All of those are misdemeanors. And when I asked Moscow police why this gathering was different than the others the church has organized, Chief James Fry told me late this afternoon They haven't been to any other recent church events. And they've been educating the people of Moscow for about 4.5 months now about this mandate. And Chief Fry said they have about 90% compliance across the city. But at some
And the 10% was the
point,
church.
he said, education has to turn to enforcement. And that's why that happened yesterday.
Because you know why? You know what would have happened if they wouldn't have done that? And like, I'm not saying what he's saying isn't true. Because look, I was the one saying I ain't getting no damn shot. Even though at one point I had to, otherwise I was losing my job, my livelihood. So I understand what he's saying. I agree with it. But when it comes to that, if the local PD is not going to enforce the education, then you know who comes in to enforce it. The National Guard. And the National Guard would have came in to enforce that mandate that was taking place not only in that community, but through a lot of communities. Here, you couldn't even go inside a gas station without one on. They wouldn't serve you. They'd make you walk out. So
Yeah.
I wanted to show that real quick. Thank you, Caddy, for showing that. And then we're going to get back into this Howard Blum. So yes, they did have some lawsuits against the PD, and they did win, surprisingly.
Wow.
Who knows? That's just speculation that it's all being adjudicated in the courts. But this town is not as idyllic as one would think. Mind-boggling murder case. He had 6 death threats against him, serious ones, in the past year that, according to the police chief, came from this church group. But who knows? That's just speculation that it's all being adjudicated in the courts. But this town is not as idyllic as one would think.
Oh, wow. I hadn't heard any of that. That's interesting. So these poor cops, because you don't think about the first responders and what they have to go through, and never mind these poor college kids who came to the realization that morning that their roommates had been killed, the friend of the one roommate finding his buddy Ethan. So you point out that Bethany was on the first floor of the house. On the second floor were Zaina and Ethan, boyfriend and girlfriend together. Also Dylan, the surviving roommate, one of the two, who was an eyewitness to the killer. And on the third floor were Kaylee and Madison, best friends their entire life, found in the same bed. And Kaylee, according to your reporting and others, seems to have been the focus of the attack. These two were killed first. And Kaylee, I don't know if this is the right way to say it, but she seems to have gotten it worse than anyone.
Her father has said that. He said he talked to the local medical examiner, and she had the most brutal blows and sort of viciousness. I think the medical examiner described it as hacking away. I mean, it's just gruesome.
Yeah, that's the thing with the medical examiner, Mabut. She reached out to the family members and described the injuries to each of the families in way more detail than the Moscow police had realized. So when it comes to, Christy G and Steve G talking about Kaylee's autopsy and how Christy refers to it as, when you're reading it, it's like you're reading a horror story. And you hear them say the words like she got it worse than the others. That's why are you even obviously she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Because she claims she didn't even know in the first interview. She claims she didn't even know the information. She was relying off press releases for some of the information. But then when she talks about the wounds, then she goes descriptive. And when she's calling the family members, she's going into detail about the injuries that took place. It's pretty nuts. That's how the families know what they know.
Wow. That's got to be hard to hear, though,
Whoops, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's got to be hard and devastating to hear as a father.
Yeah, because you're not only, playing, it's just a room and that's where it happened. You're actually like playing in your mind the actual injuries taking place. If you hear a description of an injury, you're going into another realm of a thought process.
Right.
I mean, just think about the mother. You hear about Christy talking about how much it's affecting her, and can you imagine? That's probably why she's affected so much.
Yeah.
Was because of what she was told.
Right.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, because you have all those questions, and you have to, as much as you don't want to, I imagine you have to replay that in your mind and say, to yourself, I wonder how long. I hope it was quick. Even if the injuries were bad, I hope it was quick. You don't want to have to think about what could have happened.
Right. It just even being descriptive of what kind of weapon it was brings you to a whole nother realm of thought process of what might have taken place that your mind's going to constantly go through. So the more descriptive you are, the more it's going to be descriptive in your head when you're thinking about the possibilities.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
That does lead people to wonder why.
These are beautiful looking young kids, everything ahead of them in the future. And that's what adds to this tragedy.
Well, and it also, that what happened to her is not just, I don't mention it just for gruesome facts, but it does make you wonder whether she was the main target, right? Why would the murder of Kaylee be more violent and brutal than the murder of the others? And there's, again, I share your skepticism about some of the reporting out there. I do wonder whether the People magazine reports, a couple of them have been exclusive, and it's always one source, unnamed. One of them's already been shot down, that he was in the vegan restaurant where they worked a couple of times. And now they have a second report out saying that there's a picture of
direct mail or watching them on Facebook.
Wow, let him talk, Kelly.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't share that. You don't believe that that's proven or shorn up.
I mean, you started this conversation talking about the search warrants. And I think that shows that the police are as in the dark as we are. They're trying everything to try to find a connection at this point between now and June 26th, when the hearing takes place. Will they be able to get this evidence, which people seem to have, but they're looking all over to try to get it for themselves.
Good point.
Another thing that hasn't been really touched on, and I'm probing around these.
It's interesting he says that. He says they're, even at this point, so this was recorded in March, and he says at this point, and I don't know how he would know this, but it's interesting that he says this, because he would have to be at the water cooler, I would think, but I don't know who his sources are. He's saying that they're still trying to fit the pieces together, which is like I'm saying they expected all of this evidence to materialize after they got the tip and threw everything in on Kohberger. And that material that, or the evidence that they were expecting to materialize as time went on, didn't necessarily materialize. And that's why I feel like they don't have some of the shit that they thought that they were going to have.
Yeah.
No, this is different than, she's got a 6-part series right now that's more recent. This is the conversation that took place on March 20th. This is when he first came on her show. So we're in our part 1. This is going to be part 1. We're going to have more parts as the weeks go on. We'll be getting into those different episodes, but right now we're just focusing this one on this particular episode.
These days, I'm trying to make sense of Kohberger. What sort of makes him tick, and what we've read a lot, and we can understand, what happens at the moments of the killing. But I'm trying to figure out what happened at the minute before he makes his decision to go into the house. How has his life has dramatically changed? Everyone has talked about how he seems to be planning the murders so carefully, doing this and that. I think he was really spending the past year at least trying to overcome all his internal demons to not try to find a way to prevent himself from killing people. I mean, back to this point, he's made a remarkable recovery from a young man, a teenager who used heroin. He's gotten into a junior college, then succeeds to get into college, and winds up at a very reputable graduate school in criminal justice where he's a teaching assistant. He's doing everything. He's pushed his father out of his life. Now he's taking his father back into life. They're going to make a cross-country trip home for Christmas. He's doing all this, and at the same time, he knows who he is and how he will always be an outsider. And he's trying to find his way in, and he really can't. I think that's also an untold story, part speculation at this point, that we want to try to get more of on June. This man who sees himself as someone more sinned against than sinning, and that his life is in its way a horror story. It's also a tragedy too, I would suggest. Perhaps that's not.
It's been the details on him have been frustratingly sparse. You know, I would have expected more people, more of his students, more of those who've just known him to come out. We've had a few. Right. You know, one person, the quote I remembered was something like, "Brian and people, they don't do so well." Like that he was always socially awkward. He had a period where he was allegedly bullied. He was very overweight. Then he lost all the weight, became an ardent vegan. Then we found these writings online where he was obviously extremely depressed, talking about how he felt nothing, how he was just this ball of flesh. I mean, you can see mental health issues from his early teens. It was about 10 years ago.
And what is, to me, he's so valiantly, even on those writings, which are, scary at best, he's trying to overcome all this. He's trying to move beyond all this. He's just, a teenager, then a young man, trying to make a way from himself, coming from this life that doesn't provide him any outlet, any future. And he's actually succeeds in making a future for himself. His father is the janitor at the high school where he is going to school. That's in itself is a burden that you have to carry. His father has gone bankrupt, not once, but twice. In the bankruptcy papers, his father talks about having $47 in the bank. That's a burden for a family too. Finding the strength to overcome heroin. How many people can't do that? How many people can't get beyond junior college into a more reputable college and then into a well-respected graduate school? That's something. And at the same time, he knows he doesn't belong, and he finds himself on the periphery of this party school where everyone is young, bright, beautiful, and gifted, and this is a future he has to feel is denied to him. This is his own personal hell, and there's no way out of it. It can lead, I would imagine, to a lot of rage.
So this is where my question comes in. Well, then why didn't he do it with a fraternity or sorority from WSU?
Yeah, that would make more sense.
Why wouldn't he do it at his own frickin' college that he sees the people that would be the ones that he would get this majority of anger towards if that was the case, because those are the people excuse me, those are the people that he has to see just to go to class.
Right.
So why is it not only Moscow, but then why is it not even a house? It's a house that's off campus at that. So,
yeah,
I don't know. If I get what he's saying, but man, you would think if it is because of this, it would be at WSU. Why would it be at Idaho?
I mean, to quote, and this is one of my favorite movies. Yes, I'm a weirdo, but to quote Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs, when they're trying to catch Buffalo Bill, he tells Clarice, he's like, he covets what he sees every day. And so that's usually how it works with anybody. You don't, it's what you see all the time. I could see more if it was a girl that was in one of his classes in a graduate class, if it was a group of that. But the problem I have with the stalker theory, not that it doesn't happen, it certainly does, and there have been many atrocities in those kind of cases, but usually you have an escalation. Okay, you have them peeping in your windows, you have them calling you have them emailing, you have them following you, and so there's usually police reports, there's usually something that leads up to the event, not just, oh, I liked some of their posts on social media, I thought they were cute, to all of a sudden this explosion of violence. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Right. I mean, even like with text messages, that shit gets reported to the police even.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And there's records and they find out that information. So yeah. Definitely, for sure. It just makes me wonder why Idaho and not WSU if that's really the angle. And that's, why even drive over to the other college when you might not even see them that much.
Right.
Maybe you do when you go to the Walmart because you go shopping, but really the majority of your time is going to be spent in Pullman. So it would be the Pullman community that you would have, this obsession with, I would imagine. So yeah, I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, there's no steps, in my opinion. Like I said, there's no steps leading up to it. It's bizarre.
Yep. And a plane just don't fall out of the sky.
That's right.
There's always a lead up. They don't.
And this is what's building up in him as he's trying to fight it until that one night. The police have talked about his driving around the neighborhood, has him casing the house. I see it perhaps more as he's fighting his emotions to do something, as were these all attempts before that could have led to.
I'm not saying there's no reason that Idaho should have been. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you look at percentages. You look at percentages. That's all. Nothing's 100%. So other reasons are always going to be part of it. It's based off of percentages. The percentages that if somebody from that area had those type of feelings, percentage, they're probably going to the local area where that started or where the obsession is coming from.
Yeah.
The deed, and yet he's able to overcome them. This is something that also has to, I think, find out. What I'm trying to do.
It may not have been plotting. It may have been the wolf circling the sheep.
Of the case and the speculation into the story of the people involved, the police, the victims, and the perpetrator.
The thought of Brian Kohlberger, if he'd been less smart, not immersing himself in a college community, not being surrounded by all the joy, and as you point out, the word you use in your piece, exuberance of these beautiful young women who clearly caught his eye, and just living a loner's life, quietly doing whatever it was he was doing. That maybe it was his smarts and whatever proper foundation his parents did give him, because we're hearing that they were loving parents, that gave him the strength to sort of pull himself out of those addictions and so on, and then get immersed in this community that he could never be a part of. He could never. He was too mentally unwell.
He's an outsider already, lady.
I think that's part of it, but his journey to get there is in some ways, for someone with all those psychic problems, as discussed on the internet and the various postings he did as a teenager, someone who's living with visual snow, which is disease or the psychological state that he suffered to get there, is a triumph over the will. And at the end, he just succumbs to it. He just can't deal with it anymore. I think perhaps there's more to his family's upbringing than we've been told loving parents, whatever. I think it's a difficult life when your family goes bankrupt twice. The houses he were living in, these are sort of, hardscrabble communities. That part of Pennsylvania where he grew up in, every 2 miles is sort of a car junk shop where they're just old vehicles are just piled on one on top of the other. It's a very grim, at least to my eye, part of the world, and he's trying to make it his way in it, and he literally leaves it all behind. He drives across country in his Hyundai, thinking of making a new start at Washington State University, and he's a graduate teaching assistant, a TA. That's a position of some respect. I once did that 1,000 years ago, and it's sort of fun. At least I enjoyed it, and he couldn't find any satisfaction in it.
Weird.
Why weren't there any girlfriends at any point? I mean, he's not a bad-looking guy. He's not a dumb guy. He winds up in this somewhat authoritative position, and that can often lead to romance with a student, that kind of thing. Why haven't any of the press found any girlfriend?
It is interesting the point you raised. There was one girlfriend who had his college before he went off to graduate school, talks about a date with him that went nowhere, and she says she felt creepy. Yeah. She might have felt creepy in retrospect if you find out that he was an alleged killer, or it could be someone on the internet making it up. These are all questions I'm hoping to try to find the pieces to in the weeks ahead. I have a lot of travel ahead of me to the various communities. I've been there already a couple of times. I'm going to go back and start knocking on doors. Another problem is getting at the bottom of things.
He's going to go start knocking on doors? So he hadn't even... So who in the hell is he talking to get all this information then? Whoa. Yeah. This is... I thought he was knocking on doors already, and that's how he was getting the information.
I don't know. That surprises me too.
I don't know. I'd be curious to hear. I'm interested about this book. Let's see.
Judge in the case has put a gag order on the case. That means that
everybody,
anyone involved, any of the police, the family members, their lawyers, can talk to the press. And in that vacuum, we don't get facts. We just get speculations. We just get theory. And the judge's view that this will lead to a fairer trial, to my mind, is just creating an atmosphere where rumors are going to fuel people, because people are going to remain interested in this story, and getting at the facts will be a lot harder.
Well, and it's too broad. I mean, he's basically silenced everyone. The families of the victims, how are they not allowed to say how they feel or what they know? It's too broad. There's a First Amendment. The press has a right to report on these things. And his right to a fair trial doesn't trump all of the other rights that are at issue here.
And I don't think it would trump his right to a fair trial. I think it might lead for further discussions. It might uncover something that could be used in his defense at the trial. It's you're just leaving all speculation open to the wild west of the internet. I say that while we're on the internet right now, but it is an unpoliced area, and the standards of journalism vary quite a lot.
What the fuck is this? A commercial or something? What the hell?
Mudwater is a coffee alternative with 4 adaptogenic mushrooms and Ayurvedic herbs.
Okay.
We talked about some of his writings online. This is from your piece, and it's been reported by others.
I need to do some shit like that. Damn it. Hold on. I need to write that down. I'm just going to come out. I'm just going to hit a video out of the blue, you guys, tomorrow night or something. We'll be in a stream, and I'm just going to hit a video out of the blue. Would you like to enjoy some great value coffee K-Cup? Right? I'm going to hit you with some K-Cup commercials.
I love my K-Cups.
Yeah, out of the blue. Would you like great value coffee K-Cup? Donate. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it is.
Well, but
An affiliate marketing, affiliate a link.
Right. Yeah, like I need to figure out some kind of commercial. That would be neat. Just pull it on you at the last second.
Right.
Just be sitting there for a second, and all of a sudden we'll be in the middle of talking Howard Blum. It'll come up out of the blue. Cut us off.
CJ's in my carpet.
Yeah, it'll cut us off. You'll be like, "Where's that music coming from? Where the hell's that music coming from?"
I love it.
Back to the show. I'm doing it.
Confirmed by Kohlberger or the police. Pretty much everyone has accepted that the tie is there, that these are his writings. Talk about the visual snow he suffered. I guess that's like when you look around and you see, I call them the ant races that come on your TV, or at least they used to back in the day when the programming ends. That he sees that just looking around sometimes, or used to. You write, for the teenage Brian Kohlberger, if his online posts are any reliable guide, visual snow had at times buried his existence in an avalanche of despondency and desperation. His posts were calls from the wild. Consider, quote, I often think of myself as an organic sack of meat with no self-worth. I am starting to view everyone as this. I always feel as if I am not there, completely depersonalized, constant thoughts of suicide, crazy thoughts, delusions of grandeur, poor self-image. All caps, no emotion. I feel like nothing has a point to it. Everyone hates me pretty much. I am an asshole. As I hug my family, I see nothing. It is like I am looking at a video game, but less. Did you get the chance at all, Howard, to talk to anybody with mental health expertise on what those tell us?
I did, and doctors can't even agree on whether visual snow is a psychological state or a disease. And since they can't agree on what it is, they also differ on how to treat it or if it can be treated. What the best sources I found for any insight into this are really in novels. Camus' The Stranger opens up with a character who talks about feeling nothing that eventually leads to a murder on the beach. Sartre has in one of his novels, writes about a character that has the same sort of disassociation from the world. It's existentialism on one level, and it's also dislocation from the world on another. And if if everything means less than zero, as Elvis Costello sings, then you can do anything. Anything is then justified because it doesn't matter.
I once had somebody define for me the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath as follows.
And by the way, if you guys want to check out this episode, we'll probably discuss it more in the Incel Part 3. If you guys want to see, this is back episode 71. This is probably a month and a half into the show, not even, maybe a month into the show. And that's when I did the full reading of the HTC Tapatalk Visual Snow. That's where I did the whole read through. So if you guys want to check that out and see everything that was being typed from that chat feed, there's that show. But we'll probably go into it on the Incel Part 3 episode with Rosie.
Both want to kill people, but the psychopath enjoys it. The sociopath does it and feels absolutely no remorse, but the psychopath enjoys it. And I do wonder, as I read these excerpts, he sounds like a sociopath, like he feels no emotion. He wouldn't feel guilty if he hurt somebody for whom he feels absolutely, quote, no emotion. But killing 4 people in one setting, to me, has the flavor of enjoyment, like that he would do that because he would get off on it somehow. There would be some purpose to it for him.
And was the purpose not so much the killing, but getting away with it?
Good night, Kelly.
I see the connection between his being this criminal justice student who wanted to pull off this crime. He figured he could do it. There was an old Alfred Hitchcock movie called Rope, which was about the Leopold and Loeb case of 2 guys from Chicago who thought they were the smartest young men in the world and they could commit a murder and get away with it. And in many ways, perhaps that's what's driving his psychopathy. Again, he is villain that he is. He's also Kohlberger, an interesting figure, and I am trying in the weeks and months ahead, as before I write my book, to get into the heart of the matter of what's making him tick, if I can find it.
Well, I feel like if anybody's going to do it, you're the one. I'll be following on airmail. But let's get to the investigation, right? So we talked about the crime scene, the effect it had on the cops. They didn't have a killer, so they did not know immediately who did this, or even have any suspects as of November 13th and into the 14th. And for weeks there, 6+ weeks, the speculation in the news media was these are a bunch of Keystone cops. They don't know anything. They got to get the FBI in there. They got to get somebody who knows what they're doing in there. But unbeknownst to the people saying that, they were very much on the case. Now, there's been conflicting reporting on whether their first big break was figuring out that this white Hyundai was his, or whether the first big break was figuring out that they had DNA on a knife sheath that had been left there, and then somehow tying it back to Brian Kohlberger. How would you describe the evolution of the investigation?
Well, they had the knife sheath, but they didn't know what was on it. They sent it first to the lab in Idaho, and the lab in Idaho couldn't find anything. So they thought this might be a dead end. What they did do, it seems that Idaho had a contract that was set up 6 months earlier with a startup in Texas. Some Silicon Valley guys had put together several $1 million to build this lab in Woodlands, Texas. Set up this new company that was really going to just look into cold cases, DNA that had not been considered before. Idaho sends this down to Woodlands, Texas, to this lab, which is funded by these Silicon Valley tech people, venture capitalists, and that makes the connection. However, that connection is not made for another 3 weeks. Meanwhile, they've got this white.
So wait, just to interrupt you, hold on. So they found DNA on the snap of the knife sheath, but they didn't have a match. They didn't know whose DNA it was.
So, as will be pointed out at the hearing for Kohlberger in June, it's something called touch DNA. Touch DNA means he touched it. Someone could have handed him the knife sheath, a neighbor, whatever. When the kids, there's no blood. It doesn't prove that it definitely comes from him, from a murder case. So touch DNA in trial after trial, and there's a record of it, has been thrown out by some judges, has been overturned on appeals.
That's why I have said that the DNA is going to be the least change making, whatever you want to call it, of this trial, of this case. It's going to be the most disputed. It's going to be the least important. It's going to be the video, and it's going to be the cast data that's going to make or break this case when it comes to the prosecution.
Yeah, but right now, CJ, when people are just like looking broadly, at this case, and they're, kind of following the narrative, the mainstream media, and you say, and like, I'm just looking into this case, and they say, okay, well, they have DNA on a knife sheath of Brian Kohlberger. Well, you think, if you're not really digging, you think, oh, it's a slam dunk. He did it.
Even the word 5.32 or whatever octrillion. Yeah. It's a shock word.
Yeah.
The DNA is going to get. That's why, that people can discuss it, but I've just, and I've even been told you're crazy. The DNA. No, I'm being serious. Like, when you look at the holes that you can poke in this shit, and you hear the experts poking the holes for you, the same experts, some of them that are going to be in the trial discussing the same stuff that they've already discussed. It's going to be the least important. It's going to be the cast data #1, video #2.
Very fragile, very nebulous evidence. Equally,
okay, so they find that, but they don't have a match.
Is the evidence on the car itself. They see this picture of the white Hyundai. They don't really know what it is. They finally there's a gas station attendant on Troy Avenue, the local gas station, who takes it upon himself, or herself actually. She's working the night shift, the graveyard shift. It's sort of boring. She's going through and she sees this white Hyundai too. They give it to the police. They now have 2 matches. And so they're pretty convinced they're looking for a white Hyundai. They then take the information, they send it out, and it's originally, I think it's a 2011.
Yeah, SW Firefly. It was from different states too. If you look at the background of it, they had 2 or 3 people from Idaho. There was one from another state. It's on the tip of my tongue. If anybody knows in chat, there was one from another state, and then there was some investors too. Yeah, it was set up. That's why you saw that cheesy ass sign in front of Orthram that says "Thank you, Moscow." like, come on, like the sign that says 50% off, going out of business, kind of shit. Yeah, this one said "Thank you, Moscow." Wow. Sending DNA all the way to Texas and be sending. Plus, you got to imagine it's all cotton swabs at that point. It's all cotton swabs because with the little amount that ISP was already trying to use, you're retesting, in a way, contaminated cotton swabs because they've already been tested. They've already been put into they've already been contaminated after that point. So that's what you're dealing with, but that's what their specialty is, right? Because they love when you're dealing with cold cases, they would love to get a cotton swab of DNA. They're usually looking for a cotton swab to get DNA on at that point. So very interesting. It is. You should look it up. The background is
2013 white Hyundai. It turns out eventually it's a 2015. But one of the people they send it to is a guy who was working late at night, a cop at the University of Washington. He goes through the records and sees that there's a car registered in graduate student housing. Another cop goes over there. They get the number, the license plate, and they run it, give it to the Idaho Police Department. The Idaho Police officer, corporal, who's running the investigation, he's sort of in charge. He had formerly been in the military police, so the police chief thought he'd be used to crimes involving forensic evidence. And his name is Brett Payne. He's a very gung-ho guy, a very also in-your-face cop when he needs to be, very authoritarian. He pulls up the license plate record. He's looking at it on his screen. There's a photo picture of Koberger, and he sees bushy eyebrows. And he remembers that Dylan Morganson, she talked about bushy eyebrows. So he makes this connection. This means they now have the suspect they can zero in on. But meanwhile, to go back a step, all the pictures of the white Hyundai they have, there's not one photo from all the various surveillance cameras of who's at the wheel. None. So Koberger could say, someone took my car. Seems far-fetched, but does it raise enough of a doubt not to send one into an execution chamber? This will all come out in the weeks ahead.
So do we know when in the timeline they had put those facts together? The guy at University of Washington, again, just 10 miles from University of Idaho, where the girls and Ethan were killed, where the guy said, oh, we've got a white Hyundai, Elantra, 2015, graduate student housing. Here's the guy. It's registered to a Brian Koberger. And then he gets that information to the police investigating this crime. And now the police say, aha, we have a suspect. Because the reason I ask you this is I watched an in-depth report by NBC News where they claimed the guy found, okay, Kohlberger, he owns one. And then that information was forwarded to cops, but just sat in a stack for days and weeks. And, there were lots of reports and the cops never got to it. And I left still asking myself, well, then how the hell did they get the name Brian Kohlberger if the cops let that just sit in a stack for weeks and weeks?
They had a whole lot of white Hondas. Originally, they thought it was a car that was found out in Oregon. And they thought they had broken the case. The police were even telling people they broke it earlier. We do know, to set up a timeline, that on December 13th, Kohlberger leaves Washington State University, drive across country to go home with his dad as his wingman in the car. We do know on that December 13th that the police were already following Kohlberger. They did not have enough. They did not have the DNA confirmed yet to arrest him, but he was still a suspect. So at this point, he was a person of interest, and they didn't want to close the case too soon. So I think.
So Howard, that had to be as a result of the white Hyundai. I mean, there's reading what the police put out in that affidavit tells me that's from the white Hyundai, because even though they have cell phone data from Brian Kohlberger and so on, what gets you to Brian Kohlberger's cell phone? You need his name. So it was that police report. Somebody saw it and they put him at the scene.
They put him in the vicinity within 12 miles. A cell phone report can only get you 12 miles in the area. But that's why there wasn't an arrest. They had all this before he leaves Washington State, before he goes across country, and they could not make the arrest. They could not bring him into court because all this is pretty circumstantial at best.
So the dad, you point this out, you've got great reporting on the journey he took with his dad cross country. The dad flies out there from the Poconos, Pennsylvania to get his son and drive cross country with him back home from Washington to Pennsylvania. Was that, do we know, a pre-planned trip? Or was that a last-minute decision to join his son?
According to Jason Labar, who was the attorney in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, who first represented Kohlberger, and he's been, so far, nothing he said has been refuted by anyone from the Kohlberger family. He said that he was told that Michael Kohlberger, the father, had agreed sometime around Thanksgiving to go out with his son and drive back with him. And just on the face of that's pretty interesting, moving, affecting. Here's his father. He's 67 years old, doesn't have a ton of money. Clearly, he's a janitor. He's been bankrupt twice. He's going to fly out first you got to go to Seattle. Then you got to fly on another flight into Washington, Pullman, go across country, and then you're going to quickly make a turnaround. And he's looking, I think, and this is what people have told me, to try to get back, make amends with his son, say, you were on the wrong path. I tried to set you right. There was a great deal of antagonism between us, but now things are hunky-dory. This is a bright future. You're going to have a good paying job. You're going to be a professor. All things are good. Little does he know, what's going on in his son's world. I think this trip across America, his father to son journey, is the center of its own interesting little drama. It's enough for a play, in fact. Right.
So your information is that when they took that cross-country journey, 1 month to the day after the murders, the FBI was on to Brian Kohlberger, and I assume was watching Brian Kohlberger. Well, you've got great reporting on how that went down, but they were not behind the 2 traffic stops that happened to Brian Kohlberger and his dad en route home.
Exactly. That's, again, what's so incredible. The FBI is watching, and they see a Indiana State Patrolman stop the car. And they figure, what's going on here? There's been an all points bulletin for a person of interest for a white Hyundai. Have the Indiana State Police solve this, put it together that this might be the car? And if it is the Kohlberger, who they assume has killed 4 people, is he going to come out shooting? Or is he going to tear off? Is this going to be another OJ chase across the length of America all the way to Pennsylvania? But the FBI decides to just sit there and watch this play out. They're like stunned spectators. And then Kohlberger pulls over, the cop approaches, and they engage in this dialogue, which is pretty nonsensical. It's almost like a Bud Abbott and Lou Costello routine. Who's on first? Kohlberger starts talking about he's going out driving for Thai food, and the cop doesn't quite understand. You're driving from Washington State to Pennsylvania for Thai food. Then his father starts another non sequitur, talking about a shooting that occurred at the university, and the cop's ears perk up when he hears about a shooting and SWAT team coming in.
That was crazy.
And Kohlberger, meanwhile, throughout this whole thing, is, his temperature doesn't seem to raise a notch. He's very cool. I get stopped by a cop anytime if I've just gone through a red light or something, or they think I'm, a light is broken on the back of my car, and I get nervous just dealing with that. But he's really cool, and that maybe says something too. And once they're stopped, they go another 9 miles before they're stopped again. And Kohlberger's reaction is the same, level, even, calm reaction. While the FBI, which is watching this from a distance and has no idea what's going on, can't believe it's happening again.
Did not always mean that I got enough sleep. Often I was too hot, too cold, not that comfy. Well, that changed thanks to my Cozy Earth bedding, the softest, most luxurious, and responsibly sourced bedding on the planet. Cozy Earth bedding is naturally temperature regulating, so I sleep great in any weather. And I am not alone. Allison leaves this 5-star review, quote, "Love them. Softest, most comfortable sheets I've ever slept on," end quote. Cozy Earth bedding is made from 100% premium viscose from bamboo. They are so confident you will love their products, and you will. They're super soft. They offer a 100-night sleep trial, which means you have up to 100 nights to actually sleep on the sheets, try them, wash them out, and then if you're not completely in love, you can send them back for a full refund. Whether it's their luxury sheets, their loungewear, love the loungewear, their pajamas, or their brand new waffle bath towel collection, you are shopping at Cozy Earth. And now you can order their bedding in 5 awesome colors. Save 35% on Cozy Earth by going to cozyearth.com. Enter my promo code Megyn and save that 35%. Why would you pay full price when you don't have to? All you have to do is type my name.
Type her name.
That's cozyearth.com, promo code Megyn, Megyn. Check it out at cozyearth.com.
And please hit the like if you haven't yet. And if you're not subscribed, please do. You'll see it glow there at the bottom. Go ahead and tap that button and make sure the bells hit. Thank you all for joining us. Now back to the show.
You had a bit of reporting that I want to ask you about.
I'm looking for you in my coffee,
that
CJ.
the FBI's onto.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm looking for you in my coffee. You're not there.
I had to. Yeah, I had to.
CJ?
Like, hey, we gotta promote this coffee.
Yeah, I'm looking for you. I have the wrong coffee, and apparently I'm not wearing the right pajamas or sheets. And,
And a waffle, what was that? A waffle towel or something? That sounds amazing. Waffle comforter, something like that. Waffle something.
Yeah.
I don't feel like hearing I don't like hearing the commercial again, but I heard waffle and I was like, ooh, I bet that's comfy.
Waffle.
Yeah, waffle like it.
Kohlberger before he peels out of University of Idaho on December 13th. Sorry, University of Washington on December 13th. They're on to him. They see he's going with the dad. They see he's taking, they would eventually see he was taking a very weird circuitous route home. But you broke this news that they lost him for several hours. Now, the FBI has since denied that.
Yes.
They have come out and said kind of what you said, you and I were saying earlier, but they're kind of using it against you, saying the FBI is aware of reports detailing alleged FBI surveillance on Idaho murder subject Brian Kohlberger. There are anonymous sources providing false information to the media. So do you stand by the reporting that they lost him for a couple of hours?
Yes, I do. What's also maybe would help make my case, and the reason I found out about this, why I started, knocking on doors metaphorically to see what was going on. They mentioned that Koberger goes off, and they first see him. There's a license plate reader attached to a traffic stop in a town in, I think it's Loma, Colorado. And that figures into the affidavit. So I'm asking myself, why is this the only traffic license plate reader they mention? Why is that so significant? And so I start calling, people who have a place in law enforcement, and I have done several books that involve the FBI. So I have some sources there. And this is what I heard. One of the things that reporters always have to deal with is people who give them misinformation. To the best of my knowledge and logically, according to the affidavit, it still makes sense to me. But if some FBI official wants to swear on his life that I'm wrong, well, maybe he's right.
Well, it's not the kind of thing the FBI would rush to admit, given that, what you reported is they are following this guy. They believe he's their killer, though they don't have enough to arrest him yet. And they lost him for several hours. And it wasn't until a license plate reader, one of those random things we all drive through that's looks like a toll, it's sort of taking your money if you have an easy pass or what have you, registered him, and they got the alert and they said, oh, thank God, we know where he is again. And they caught back up with him. I
mean, this is sort of an operation, a surveillance operation from hell. I mean, they're watching this car. First they lose him, and then once they see a Indiana State Trooper and then a local cop stop the car that they're facing, they don't know what's going on, and they're as helpless as we are. To sort of try to make a decision how should we respond. I think, and there must have been a large debate. Do we warn the Idaho State Police? And one of their men is approaching a car that could be a killer. We have to, call headquarters, tell them to stop this guy and from going into the car because this could put him in harm's way.
Right.
I think perhaps they should have done that. I think they shouldn't have allowed this traffic stop to take place. I wouldn't have risked that state trooper's life.
Right. That's why I don't feel like in letting him go from one side of the country to the other. That's why I don't feel like they were onto him. That's why I will continue to say that I feel like they didn't separate him from the large pool of people that they were looking into until the end of December, until everything was rushed and put together real quick so they could make the arrest by 12:30 before school started the following week after the holiday break.
Because you would think if they really had their eyes on him and if they really believed it was him and they were just waiting for that last piece of evidence, the DNA, whatever, that they would have had the school make some kind of ruse, like, hey, could you help us out? Like, could you stay just a little bit longer? Something. You know what I'm saying? That university could have made up any kind of crap to keep him there.
Not just the university, the state PD. How many times have you heard of criminals that were being suspected of crimes, that were getting ready to leave the area, and all of a sudden there's some out of the blue fucking roadblock that takes place, and they make sure it's, hey guys, we're just doing a vehicle check here. Something happened in the local area. They make up something, and then they get you to be on the side of the road. And next thing you know, something's coming back. Sorry, it's a misunderstanding, but we got to get it cleared up with the courthouse. Sorry, you're going to have to stay. It's something, that gets made to where they don't even let you leave.
Yeah. You would think.
That they've done it before. That's a trick that they do.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure. There could have been. Yeah, all kind of things could have happened the university was working with the police. So, between the two of them, they could have kept him, so I have a kind of a problem with that because it's tricky when you know somebody is going, clearly they knew he was from Pennsylvania. You're going to let somebody go across the country? I mean, what if they, made a left in Albuquerque and went to Mexico or Canada?
Or they stopped at a gas station or a rest area at 2 a.m, and he saw some person he didn't like, and he got his weapon out and went and took care of somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of no, that's not good. They're not going to allow that. If he's that much of a suspect, they didn't have the DNA of a match at that point. If they did in early December, do you think that they'd still be looking for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai? No. If they had a match to him, if he was that much of a focal point, they wouldn't have still continued to say in the middle of December that they were looking for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra. They would have said, yo, it's a 2015 is what they would have said. Period.
Yeah, I don't buy all of that at all.
No, I would just hope that if he was that much of a suspect while he was on the trip and he was being followed like that and if they thought he did commit this crime, I would hope that we would be doing better than that as a group to make sure that other innocent people aren't subjected to that kind of act that he would have performed for other individuals. Because if you can't even I don't know, I just don't see how it's possible, no matter how you look at it. But that's just me. I know that there's other people that agree with, that they were on to him. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. It's just what I feel,
I mean, he would have been considered armed and dangerous if they were really on to him. I mean, I don't know if he did it or not.
4 people, you know what I mean? 4 people.
Right.
That's
right. Yeah, you're not gonna let somebody.
Even, I mean, hell, it could have been a gas station in the middle of frickin' nowhere in the middle of the day, and they only had one pump at the gas station, and they didn't like the gas station attendant.
Or what if he decided to, steal another car and head out, somewhere where he couldn't be found? Jump his car, take another one. Like
a vehicle swap, especially if you have DNA all in it, or supposedly had DNA all in it, because you committed this crime and took your vehicle and drove all around.
Right.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I just didn't. I never. But everybody makes a good argument, though.
Yeah, they do.
Well, there are other similar questions once they landed in Pennsylvania. So they get there taking a weird route. They didn't do the most direct straight across the country. They drove south and then they drove back up to Pennsylvania. Kohlberger allegedly said to his dad to avoid snowy weather. But one wonders whether it was, if somebody's tailing us, let's go a weird route, let's not do what would be expected of us, that kind of thing. Little did the dad know. No evidence the dad knew anything about any of this. So they get back to the house in the Poconos, and the reporting is that they saw him, they're watching him. They saw him take the Hyundai Elantra to the car wash, in the place where you can clean your own car, you can vacuum it, you can do all the things. How did they allow that, Howard?
It's incredible. He also goes to a sort of repair shop to change the oil to, and he's talking to the repair guy. I don't think, at least at the point when I spoke to the repair people, and there are only 3 places that you can go to in that area, so it's not hard to track it down.
You know what I mean?
None of the police had spoken to the guy I spoke with.
No.
I also, Stroudsburg is the main town. It's a 15-minute ride or so from where he lives. That's where you go. On the main drag in town, there's a sporting goods store. It's about almost a half block long. You walk in, it's like an armory. There are case after case after case of bright, shiny knives. You would think they would have checked to see would be the logical place. He might have bought a hunting knife before he went off to school in Washington. Many reasons to have a hunting knife, whatever. They never went and asked to check the records there, the purchases. I mean, it's very sort of questionable police work. We'll see how
unbelievable.
It all stands up in court of law. But at this point, it's, I would say, pretty dubious work.
So in the meantime, they know something that I don't know if Brian Kohlberger knew, but they knew they had the knife sheath with touch DNA on it, and they'd been searching for a match for somebody who would match the touch DNA.
Right.
But now they've got Brian Kohlberger in their crosshairs. They see him with his dad. They've got to be trying to get their DNA. To me, it sounds like they didn't actually make a real attempt to get the DNA of either one of these guys until they were back in the Pennsylvania house in the Poconos. It doesn't sound like they did the trash gathering prior to that.
We do know, or we assume, Kohlberger, on the way going across country, they're stopping off from Thai foods. Well, if you Google Thai foods, Indiana, where they were going, Indianapolis, there's 2 Thai restaurants there. If the FBI was on the trail, they would have seen them go.
Get your, and like I said, you get your DNA from even when you're in PA. Why are you going to the trash can to say that Brian never went to a fucking gas station and got a cup of coffee or got a soda or got a sandwich or went somewhere, went to a restaurant, you know what I mean? Like, to say that he never discarded anything other than in his parents' trash can.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Like, it just smells. It smells.
You try to grab the silverware as they pull out, or a plate or glass. He could have gotten everything then. To have to do this sort of clandestine, great trash robbery is a bit absurd.
Yeah, it didn't need to be that hard. It's strange to me. There are lots of questions. And of course, they know more than we do. So maybe it'll all become clear once they lift their gag order or at the preliminary hearing, if not before. But these are just some of the questions some of us on the outside have. He's in Pennsylvania now with the dad. He's getting the car cleaned. He's living with the dad and the mom. And this is a fascinating new piece of information that I have to ask you about. There is a report per an interview with a local news outlet in Pennsylvania called BRC 13, citing Monroe County First Assistant, I assume prosecutor, Michael Mancuso, saying that this is a quote.
Right.
Mr. Kohlberger was found awake in the kitchen area. This is when they went in to get him, dressed in shorts and a shirt, and wearing latex medical type gloves. This is a lot of information. And apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into a separate Ziploc baggie, or plural, baggies. Mancuso tells local BRC 13 that discovery cleared up another part of the investigation. Continuing by Mancuso, quote, a trash pull that was done days before recovered DNA profiles, but not from Brian Kohlberger, only from his family members. So this is a great little get by BRC 13 and getting Monroe County First Assistant Michael Mancuso to say all those things. And it explains, because you reported they were monitoring the dad's house. They were doing the trash pull in the middle of the night. And while they were monitoring the house, they saw Brian Kohlberger take the trash over to the neighbor's house to throw the trash out the neighbors.
And it probably wasn't these little baggies that Mancuso was talking about. I mean, so you can
That's
see
amazing.
This criminal mind trying to get away with the perfect crime. Go back to the beginning.
Who says he didn't have a baggie from some kind of leafy substance or something and didn't want to discard it in his parents' trash can because he didn't want it to come back on his parents? Maybe he was just tossing that into the neighbor's trash can that was sitting right next to theirs. So who knows what was in the trash? Who knows what the trash was? Who knows why? And who knows how far the trash can was? Uh-oh, I think Silky's froze. But I'm just saying, it could have been anything. What if, it could have been anything. Who knows? Is it weird? Fuck yeah, it's weird. Why are you even touching somebody else's trash can? Why are you even touching somebody else's trash can? But at the same time, who knows what it is? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got a message. I guess it's my internet. I don't know. The weather's not bad. Gotta love the rural areas.
Oh, it's not just rural. Trust me, I can't get a fucking good internet connection to save my life in this place, So, and that's what I do for my job. So I think I need to think about something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Later.
I know. I told my cable company, or my internet provider, and they upgraded all my settings and all this. Like, I'm supposed to have lightning speed. Yeah, well, you can see.
Oh no, it's been. I mean, hell, it's been conceded that whatever this is going on in this damn house when the internet connection, it's been a freaking battle for like a year, and it's been at a point since last August that fire took place, and then you consider how long it took to get the restoration crew over here to clean up all the smoke damage, which was just the day before yesterday. Yeah, that's when you already start thinking, okay, I can't get a good internet connection. It took this long. And I do this for a job 24/7. So it's considering, since I need a stable internet connection, and I've been trying to get one for over a year and had over 15 appointments and replaced everything, not only from the pole, but even my own cables to really expensive shit. At some point you got to start thinking, okay, maybe it's not this, it's what's above me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now that this restoration crew is over and done with, now we're ready to start looking around. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, here they've pretty much got a monopoly on who you can use that's really going to be any kind of stable, and so I'm kind of stuck with it. I don't know. I saw this thing though where they have these little pods you can put up through your house, which my house is kind of big, so I mean that's probably the problem because their router is central and I'm on the side. So I'm like, I was there today and I'm like, what about these pods? I think I need some of these pods that you stick around to.
Yeah, if you're going off of Wi-Fi and you have walls separated, yeah, for sure. Those pods will definitely help. They don't help me because I'm hardwired, period. So this shit is coming from the pole, and I already had somebody because I even changed companies, but the previous company, the last person I talked to was honest. Because he told me, he said, look, it's something that supplies this section of the neighborhood, and we don't know. There's nothing scheduled to fix it. It had to be some part of the huge, however the distribution works. Whatever the main hub for the neighborhood is, there's some part of it that needs replaced, is out of date, and that's why it's a whole neighborhood thing. It's not just this. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I just get out of the damn neighborhood and then I can actually have some real fucking internet connection. Plus it's like when the fire took place last August and then how everything's kind of taken place. I don't really feel so special, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't like that. And I ain't about not feeling special because I know what I bring to the table, and I better be treated accordingly.
You go.
That's just the way it is. That's why I say you get 150 or 0, because listen, you know what you get from me, but at the same time, you got to treat me good too.
Yeah,
That's,
I hear ya. I agree.
yeah.
I'd like to hardwire, but I don't even know how many feet it would take. It would probably cost a nice little bit to plug in because I have to go through 3 rooms to get to my router. So
No, definitely check out the little pod things that you're talking about, because those will help you if you're going off Wi-Fi.
yeah, I am.
Yeah. But no, I always go hardwired because I always used to have issues with Wi-Fi, so I just went hardwired, and everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, I got somebody actually being honest, telling me it's something with the neighborhood. So
I guess I could get another. I'd have to get a separate system. Maybe pay for another router, another thing to put in my side of the house, because my sons stream too, and so the router's central. So I guess I just need my own, maybe.
I don't know. You might. It's why don't you put the router in your room, and then they can deal with.
Because one of them is upstairs, and so it's, I don't know how it would have to connect into my whole, like it would have to go under my door if the router was in here, and then the other one is on the other side of the house, so that would have been, and I don't know, he may just be on Wi-Fi, I think he is, but still, geez, I don't know.
Yeah, they do have it. Yeah, I even looked into the T-Mobile one, but they only do it in certain areas, in certain neighborhoods. And yeah, this was a neighbor, because I was going to do the T-Mobile thing because they have their own, and it wasn't available for my neighborhood. Again, it's probably, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now that this cleaning crew's done, out of the way, if you're going to tell me I ain't getting my deposit, you out your damn mind.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But even in my area, even the cement building, but other places that I've worked, businesses have the same problem in this area, and we don't really have a whole lot of choice. I mean, we could go. I think nobody has the we don't have a competitor. Basically, we have one that has, other than doing small internet, like Verizon hotspots and stuff like that, which is not going to work for a business. And so, everybody in this area has somewhat of a problem, or, just the unexpected. It's a sunny day and what the heck is going on with the internet,
Yeah, I mean, in a rural area. I'm not in a rural area, so it shouldn't be happening to me. So it's one of those things where it's something that shouldn't even be, it's hey, after the I don't know. It's bad juju, with after that fire.
Don't need no bad juju now.
Shit, after that fire, shit. No.
Yeah,
We're good.
I don't blame you.
Shit,
Yeah.
we're good over here. All right. Let me see here. All right, let's go ahead and get back to this. Let me get back just a scoosh. And let me see. I don't even know where we're at. 130, 103.
Is talking about. I mean, so you can
That's
see
amazing.
This criminal mind trying to get away with the perfect crime. Go back to the beginning.
No, T-Mobile has a thing that it's a hub for home internet with T-Mobile's internet. It's a thing. It's just if it's in your neighborhood or not. And my neighborhood wasn't part of it, but I will be going to one that is. Trust me.
Beginning of the story, how to kill 4 people and get away without leaving a drop of blood, and now he's trying to still get away with it. And that's why I think come the trial, come the hearing, he's not going to plead guilty. He's going to be the smartest person in the room, and his only hope and his only be on center stage and try to outsmart them again in front of the whole world.
So his little ruse did not work. They did get DNA from the dad and from the trash in the dad discarded. And they did, according to the police, match it up to the dad. They understood that the DNA on that knife sheath matched one of these guys with 99.8% certainty. And the dad, no one suspects the dad of these murders. So Brian Kohlberger's little ruse of trying to get his own DNA into a different person's trash can was both spotted by the cops and then underscored when they burst in on him. I know we never heard what they found. You did great riveting reporting on the team that went in there for this, quote, dynamic entry to get this suspected serial killer. But we didn't know what they found. Like, where was Brian Kohlberger? And now this says he was sitting there, unbelievable, in shorts and a shirt, wearing latex medical gloves inside his parents' home, taking his personal trash and putting it in separate Ziploc baggies. I kind of have
to take that with a grain of metaphorical salt, in the sense someone smashes down your door and they're letting off concussion grenades to scare the daylights out of you. You got to be pretty calm to sit there making your little baggies. I don't know if he actually he might have been doing that moments before, but I don't believe at the moment when the police broke in, a bunch of guys come in, shotguns leveled at you, and there's grenades going off. The door has just been broken. We saw the debris outside the house, the windows that have been smashed, and you're just sitting there calmly through it. Well, that's a sense of calm that is supernatural.
Well, perhaps he had just stepped away from the sitting project and they realized that he'd been doing that prior to their entry. But the dynamic entry does tell us something about just how seriously the Pennsylvania authorities were taking this and how certain they seemed to be that they had their man.
Yes, this is scary stuff. You go into a closed door of a man accused of killing 4 people. You don't know what kind of weapons he has. As it turned out, he had a Glock revolver. I don't know of his possession, but was somewhere in the house. He also had 2 knives in the house. You don't know if he's going to make a last stand or just surrender meekly while he's making his baggies. These cops are putting their lives on the line.
Yeah, that's right. We know now that he went peacefully, but they had no idea he was going to go peacefully when they were getting ready to storm into that home. I mean, they're thinking this is somebody who kills for fun. Like, this is a serial killer. He took out 4 young people in the course of 20 minutes.
And he might want to make a last stand. He might want to go in a blaze of glory in his mind, rather than being taken off meekly in chains. And yet, after that, in all his conversations with his attorney in Pennsylvania, the attorney very pointedly says that he was impressed with the intelligence, the calmness of Kohlberger, and Kohlberger's determination to have a statement made that says that he is innocent and he will be proven innocent in a court of law. This is the conduct of a man who is trying to, or is determined to have the last laugh.
Well, that's the thing that kind of many people missed, but you reported. He did talk. He gets taken into custody, and the first thing he did was to talk to the cops.
For 15 minutes. At that time, his lawyer is on record saying his client talked for 15 minutes. That's a lot of time. And finally, when I guess the questions got too pointed, he decided, I need an attorney, and that's when they brought in the public defender.
Who said he will be exonerated. He looks forward to being exonerated. Is there anything that you've seen so far that would suggest he might go for an insanity defense? And I'm not even sure he can do that in Idaho, given the Idaho laws on this, but have you seen anything that would suggest to you he's setting one up?
My investigations into that area of his legal defense have been pretty much thwarted at this point by the gag order. I'm still trying to look into what makes him tick, what life was like for him at the university, how the forensic case was built. I'm trying to get all the peripheral events, but for the legal strategy, I think anyone who's talking about that is really making up facts, because the gag order is pretty effective.
There's, I mean, based on what we know so far, there is zero chance of that succeeding, even if it's allowed. He's just, the standard for criminal insanity is so high, you really genuinely have to not understand the difference between right and wrong. And he did so much covering up of his crime, the vacuuming of the car and the sneaking off and, all of it. It's just, I'll go out on a limb right now and say, without knowing a lot more, it's not going anywhere.
I mean,
but we are getting a look, as we talked about. Go ahead.
He could plead not guilty or he could plead guilty, rather, to try to avoid the death penalty and see a judge would be sympathetic. But I'm not sure that would fly in Idaho either.
And I'm not sure he wants to, right? I mean, given everything we think we know about him, he's so smart, so calm, cool, collected. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would just give it up.
It depends how scared one becomes as you get closer and closer to your fate. Who knows? So,
well, and one of the questions is, what do they have? Because the cops know more about what they have against him than we do. And, you pointed out saying, I'm not feeling so confident about the investigation or what they have, but if they have his DNA, now that they know it's him, right? They got their name. If they have his DNA on any one of these victims, he's toast.
Yes.
And if they've got any of the victim's DNA in his car.
That will be literally the nail in his coffin.
Yeah. I mean, but they don't.
And so that leads me to the search warrant that hit the news not long ago. So they've released now what they searched for at his parents' home in Pennsylvania and also in his car. They keep these things under seal for some 60 days. So we just start getting a look at it. But they already have had this stuff in their possession. They seized from the parents' home a knife. I mean, there's no way this guy was stupid enough to keep the knife, but maybe I'm wrong. A knife, a Glock 22, Smith & Wesson pocket knife, some magazines, Taylor cutlery knife with a leather sheath. Here's where it gets interesting. Black face mask. Again, what the roommate said was it was like a COVID mask. So we don't know, not like a ski mask. No. But anyway, black face mask, black gloves, black hat, another black mask, AT&T bill for Brian Kohlberger, a book with underlining on page 118. Love to see what's in there. Prescriptions, cell phone, laptop, multiple dark colored pants, Columbia Navy fleece. Again, the roommate said he was dressed in dark and black. New Balance shoes. There were reports of footprints belonging to the suspected killer on site. 2 pairs of dark colored boots, a criminal psychology book, note to dad from Brian, and inside his car, a shovel. Interestingly, they list 36 dimes, 82 nickels, 8 pennies, gloves, goggles. That one threw me for a loop, Howard. And then they took parts of the car, including headrests, seatbelts, brake, gas pedals, door panel. There is a report in the Washington Post that they
don't know if it's his. You can have goggles if could have been skiing goggles. If you're chopping wood, you might wear goggles there. If you're using a wood chipper, you might wear goggles. All of this can be nothing or something. The phone records could be interesting. Did he ever try to call any of the victims and then hang up or whatever? Had he ever had any conversations with them? But they are trying to find a nexus, a connection, and they're trying to build their case. They're doing what an investigative reporter would do, is you try to throw a wide net and see where things intersect. But at this point, they don't have. It doesn't appear as if they have any connections, or at least we're going to have to wait till June to know about them. All we have now is a lot of things that are hypothetically interesting and could be, in the end, nothing.
As far as we know, they haven't found the murder weapon. Washington Post reporting that, quote, the police did not appear to have found any items with bodily fluid on them. Unclear whether the knife investigators found was believed to be linked to the killings. They did not know whether Kohlberger was the owner of all the items seized from his parents' house. Could be the dad's face mask, could be the dad's shoes. We don't know any of that. We haven't found the murder weapon. We haven't found the clothes allegedly used that would presumably have some blood on them. I mean, even Brian Kohlberger, PhD of criminology, can't avoid the laws of physics. You brutally stab 4 people to death, you're going to get blood on you.
And suppose you don't ever find those things. But what you also haven't found, and might be harder to get ultimately, and I think you'll need, is a motive. Why did he do this? We can speculate. I have a B from Stanford in psychology. I don't think that's going to hold up, making my speculations very valuable. And in a court of law, they'll get, my psychology professors on both to say both reasons for and against. But till they get a real motive, and what they're trying to use these computers, the cell phone records, is to see if they can piece together a logical motive that will make some sense to a jury. And that's going to be a bit of an artificial construct, at least at this point.
As we heard the prosecutors say over and over in the Alex Murdaugh case, they don't need it. They don't have to prove motive, but it sure helps. Juries want to hear one.
Well, but to go back to the Alex Murdaugh case, and I'm no authority on that, but if they did not have that cell phone call by the son, which they didn't realize for many months, I don't know if he would have been indicted, let alone convicted.
No, I don't either. That cell phone video was Alec Murdaugh's son, Paul, from the grave, IDing his killer.
Yeah. And I think you're going to need some sort of deus ex machina like this to make this case, perhaps.
We don't have that here that we know of. The other things that the cops are doing that we do know of, they've released or they've sought information, sending out 60 plus warrants. They too have been sealed, but we know of a few. They sent one to DoorDash, which we believe did make a delivery to the girl's house shortly before the murders, which is just so weird that they got it like almost at the same moment the killings began.
I mean, that's just it. These kids were living. I think she was on TikTok or Instagram and had a DoorDash delivered from Jack in the Box just moments before the murder at 4 a.m. It's like nonstop college life. It's exciting. It's exuberant. It's ebullient. And this is this sort of world.
It's like when I went there last November, half the time I was nervous just driving down the damn road because it was already compact, and then there was people walking all over the place. And you can see in some of my footage, even when I'm driving by the house, where people are walking in front of me on Taylor and on King and Queen. And, there's even at night, there's just constant activity. Constant.
Wow. These kids were living in, and one can sort of look at it. I look at it now, my stuffy, sheltered life with a bit of envy. It's wonderful for them.
It's just so strange to think that all these things were happening at the house. A DoorDash delivery, TikTok, the two girls chatting and laughing as gals do, in the bed. Zaina and her boyfriend Ethan together. Like, how is this all happening at the moment the guy was walking into the house? How did they not jump the guy? How did those are these all
how did he go in? Did he see the DoorDash guy coming up there, or was he going through the back, coming in through the woods, through the back door? There's a woods behind the house. It's sort of on a.
You know what I mean? And how did he know? How did he know by entering that property that somebody wasn't going to have a gun pointed at him as soon as he walked in that door?
Yeah.
Oh, boom, you're over. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, how did he know? How did he know? It just... I
don't know what the ratio is to people with guns. And I mean, here in Alabama, like, everybody's got guns, but I don't know how it is in Idaho.
Yeah, oh, it's the same. It's everybody. Yeah, it's everybody. It's a bunch of guns too. It's just a way up there, which, that's, there's a lot of natural hunting and things like that taking place all the time up there. How people travel there just to go hunting, on vacations and such. So it's like, how did he know somebody wasn't going to have a gun pointed on him as soon as he walked in? You just can't plan that. If you're not around and you're not in there, or, you're not have some kind of knowledge, you don't know. Because you don't know. As soon as You think that it's all quiet and it's dark and you're getting in there. Next thing you know, you don't even hear nothing. All of a sudden, it's like you just fell asleep. You know?
Yeah.
Boom. Just like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I'm just saying, if I was planning to go in and do something, that's the first thing I would think. What if they're armed?
Yeah.
You know?
Or even outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you just don't know. You don't know. It's a situation that anybody that is in that situation, that is on that side of the situation, it's a situation they just aren't able to predict because you just don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know. So to say that he would have this sense that, he could go, I don't know. That's why there's so many questions.
Yeah.
Normally there would be these types of questions. And then there's, like any of these other cases we talk about, most of them, there's always something that's like, well, there it is right there. Yeah, this is weird. But I mean, look at this right here. Here, we're supposed to be going, look at this. This is weird. Look at this right here. We're not seeing this right here. And that's the problem with this case.
Yeah. Yeah. Too many holes.
Mm-hmm. Too many. And that you don't have to poke them. They were already there.
Yeah.
You just have to go to the confetti. Get the confetti. Oh, that's where the holes are at. You didn't even put them there. Yeah. They were already put there already.
Yeah.
On a hill, the one guy's going in the front. Did he see the car pull up? Also, you go up to the house. I think there were 5 cars parked right in front of the house in this row. You have to know that there are a lot of people there. Are you really?
It's so bold.
It's just thinking you can get away with it in a house full of 5 people. You almost know you're going to encounter other people.
Right. It's so brazen. And he did, as you point out, that night. He did. He got in and out of there without anybody stopping him.
And
the other targets of the warrants.
His car.
Right. How? But one of the big questions is, like where are the clothes and where's the murder weapon? And there's a real question about whether he dumped them the night in question. He did not take the most direct route home back to his University of Washington place. Very circuitous route. Should have taken 10 minutes. Took him 60. So could be someplace along there. Others receiving the warrant, Verizon, that makes sense. Tinder, interesting. Reddit, that is where we believe he made a lot of these disturbed posts when he was a teenager. Amazon, sure. Meta, which owns Facebook, Snapchat, all the social media companies trying to see what he did. If anything, AT&T, Apple, and so on. They're casting a wide net, Howard.
And perhaps a desperate net, because you would think they might have had this information already from his computers and stuff, and they're still looking. I think, again, I'm just hypothesizing, to make a connection. They're trying very hard to find glue that will stick. I mean, they're hoping, again,
on the
subject of case, to find that one cell phone call that's going to be the smoking gun.
Come on.
Well, and that's the other thing, is to get onto somebody's phone, you need their password, even if you're the cops, even if you're the FBI.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that they've unlocked his cell phone, and I don't know whether Brian Kohlberger would have had something meaningful on there anyway. You kind of think this is a smart guy, criminology major, but then you think, why would he take his phone with him while casing the girl's apartment so many times? Yeah. Why would he?
And if you forget to shut it off when you leave your house, you go, oh shit, let me go back to my house just 2 minutes from where I left. Let me go back real quick and drop my phone off.
Yeah.
Just shut it off on the way. I mean, come on. It makes Joe Dirt delivering a fucking pizza. Joe Dirt.
Use his own car. Why would he drive there? Not understanding everyone's got surveillance cameras now.
Right. And this concept of casing the apartment, let me just say, we don't know that for sure. We know he was in the area. He was in, I'm 13 miles from your studio, more or less. That doesn't mean I could be going to a bookstore down the road, or I could make the case that I was going to a bookstore. It's a college town. There are a lot of things doing all in a self-contained area. He could have been many places. other question.
That's the big question. Do they have
Did he ever
DNA?
try
Do they
anything
find
like this
his DNA
before?
on them or theirs on him? Go ahead. Sorry.
Did he ever try anything like this before? Was this the one time? Was this his first time? Did he ever make an attempt that was failed in his other university towns, his other college towns in Pennsylvania? And so far, the police can't find anything to evidence of another attempt. And that would maybe also help make the case that it wasn't him. His defense attorneys could make that case too.
You know, on the subject of Alec Murdaugh, he was not, this was not a death penalty case, even though it could have been. They could have charged him, sought the death penalty. And one of the reasons it's believed they did not was because it was a very circumstantial case. And it's a lot harder to ask a jury to put a man to death, to find a man guilty, understanding this is a death penalty case with just circumstantial evidence. They might be much more likely to say, we're not doing that. We're going to go for not guilty.
Oh, Mishy girl, I've been talking about it since the case first happened a year ago. I can check out some of the old CJ shows. You'll get my opinion on
it. And in this case, if there's some way this guy managed,
I've been talking about it since
his
the crime
DNA
happened.
off of those 4 victims and out of that house, and didn't get their DNA on his car or anything grabbed by police in these searches, this is a totally different case.
Yes, and that's why he could plea if they're going to assure him that it won't be the death penalty, if they can make that assurance. He's an outsider in Idaho. He's villainized. The Murdaugh case.
The outsider.
They had a long tradition in that courtroom in that case. They had a lot of connections, the family. A deal could be cut. It always seemed that way at some point. But how all this is going to play out is something that fascinates me, and it's sort of I'm excited of the book I'm going to write as I'm playing it out bit by bit.
I'm looking forward to reading it.
It's a nice challenge for a reporter, for someone who likes to tell stories.
Well, you're great at it. And just to sum it up, one of the differences while we're on Murdaugh is Murdaugh had the best lawyers money could buy. Great lawyers. They did a great job, the defense lawyers there. Kohlberger's likely to have a public defender. All due respect to the public defenders, that's not going to lead to any sort of dream team defense like we saw in OJ, like we saw in Murdaugh. On the other hand, one of the things that was striking about Alec Murdaugh was he's very smart. And while the jury wasn't persuaded by his testimonial, Kohlberger's not, some Neanderthal defendant who, if they put him on the stand, couldn't put 2 sentences together, and the jury would be like, oh, okay. Right?
Joe Dirt delivering her in. Some bitch, where's 1122? Some bitch. Where's 1122, Jim? Right? That's what it would be like. Can you imagine his mullet flying around while he's saying, "Some bitch, Jim, where's 1122 King Road?"
This GPS is a piece of crap.
Right? Oh shit! Didn't mean to scare you, though. But you know what I mean, though. Come on, like he's not some bumbaloo idiot. Some bitch, Jimmy, where's it at? No, it's not happening.
He's smart too, and maybe, I don't know whether he can be charming. It's not what we've heard, but that's an advantage to him.
Yeah, I think if he gets on the stand, he could be very effective. And I also think, like Murtaugh, he might want to always be the smartest person in the room. I think he would enjoy having the last laugh, trying to trump the defense, or the prosecutors, rather.
So far, the few views we've had of him, those 2 traffic stops, where, as you point out, any normal person's blood would be racing through their veins. Never mind if you actually had killed 4 people a month earlier. You'd be insane with anxiety.
Right.
None of that shows.
Right.
A couple of court appearances, same. Steady as they come.
Yeah.
So what we know about him so far is this is a cool cat, and he's pretty cool.
And his lawyer, the one who's been talking at least, Jason LaBar, has reiterated that he was even intelligent. He was very impressed with him. He said he can make no connection between the crimes that have been charged and the person he was talking to.
My God.
Yeah, but
time's going to tell, and that June hearing is going to say a lot.
Be
In
an
the
interesting
meantime,
year
we
ahead.
will be reading Howard Blum at Airmail. I was saying to the audience, something like
We win.
82 or $90 to subscribe for the year. It's worth it. It's so good. You make it worth it. You
Oh,
alone.
Thank you. I'll tell Graydon you said so.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell him I'm a big fan. I love the publication. So all the best to you. Please come back if you have something new and you want to promote it. We're here and we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. A pleasure speaking with you.
Thanks for joining us today. I wanted to let you know that we are off for a few days going into the second week of our kids' spring break. And this one.
Yeah. There you go. Ended on a promo, baby. Damn. I'm telling you, I learned something tonight watching Megyn Kelly. You know what I mean? I need to. CJ needs to come out with a couple commercials here.
I know. I'm thinking the same thing. Dang it. Look, we've been missing out on opportunities, CJ. How did we overlook this?
I have no idea. We just needed to come across this episode tonight. It's fate. So, but,
what can I promote? I don't know. I don't have time to make the cess cakes. I just don't have time to bake.
They take a long time to bake, you know.
Yeah.
It's just like fine wine. It takes time. Them sus cakes.
Yeah, I gotta find something. I gotta have a quick recipe. Silky's Diner's got to come out with I don't know, maybe cookies or something.
Hey, Fiber cookie. There you go. Fiber cookie. Yes. There you go. Yes. And explosive free.
Yeah, exactly. Would you like to prevent the explosive? Hey,
right.
I've got your answer right here. I want to have a little cookie. Oh, look, we can do it as a team. You can have coffee, you can have CJ coffee, and, fiber cookies.
Yeah. Explosive free. Because they come out like bricks.
That's right.
No explosive. It's for the explosiveness,
Okay, look, it's a balance though, CJ. If they don't have that problem, they need the coffee. Like if they've got they're stopped, they need your coffee. If it's the explosive, me.
Hey, if you got oil on the ground, do you not pour kitty litter on it?
Yeah.
That's what you
there
do.
You go.
You got oil on the ground, you pour kitty litter on it. That's what you're doing with the sus cakes. You got the explosive, you get a little sus cake in it, and guess what? You're all good. All good.
And if you eat too much of the sus cakes, get the coffee. You'll start moving again.
Yes.
That works out.
Yeah. Because sometimes you need to put some more oil and get rid of the kitty.
That's right.
It just depends. So
there you go. And there's our promo. There's our whole commercial, CJ.
Yeah. Now we just need to come out with the side effects.
Sudden death.
Speaking ass out your mouth. That's the side effect. That you speak ass out of your mouth.
And you think in a foreign language.
Oh, shit. It's always a good time when we hang out, Silky.
Guaranteed to lower your IQ by 20 points.
Just for an evening.
Yeah, I know. It's fun. We need to do a fun show.
Yeah. Well, if you're not working Saturday night, we're going to be getting into the part 2 of the Kim call, and anybody else, if you're not busy Saturday night, come hang out with us. We're going to be doing part 2 of the first time WSU Kim was on the show. Now there was some new members only that I dropped about a week ago, less than a week ago. And one of them was the first time that WSU Kim joined the show. And I went ahead and I did a replay of it, but replayed it in the show in one of the episodes a few ago. So if you're not busy Saturday and you got a couple hours and you want to check out the first time that she was on the show, then we're going to be talking more of that. And then we're going to be introducing, we're going to be going into the Anonymous Dave stuff again as well. Because there was a lot of reference. That was around the same time that she joined the show when Anonymous, I think we covered the Anonymous Dave episode. And then the next episode we were on, I think, is when she came and joined the show. So we'll be doing that Saturday. I know there's a lot of people that were wanting to go over that. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be going over the Dylan Rounds case. If you're not busy, Silky, you're more than welcome to join in the morning. We're going to be covering that case, Dylan Rounds, for the first time. We're going to be getting into that. And then tomorrow night is when we're going into all these the other players that are involved in that. Ranges anywhere from Emma, Demetrius, JD, JSHJ, JV, DL, DD, PD, and whoever fucking else. You know what I mean? So we're going to be talking all that. We'll be having an extended show tomorrow night. So if you have anything for all those other players and you feel like including something, go ahead and send it to me. And we might do some phone calls tomorrow night. I'm not too positive yet, but we might do some phone calls. So if you have something you want to say about something like that, we can go ahead and maybe do that. But I'll let you know tomorrow night in the intro if we're going to be doing that. Thank you guys for all the peace and positivity and being part of the community. I appreciate it so much. I'm actually, we're going to end the show on this video. Now, this is a video that just came out from Law and Crime. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And this discusses how the cops zeroed in on Koberger. Now, like I've said, I always thought it was the end of December, just the way that everything played out, the way that everything was rushed together. You're not collecting his DNA from a cup at McDonald's or a gas station or whatever. You're collecting the father's DNA out of the trash can, and then you're not even bringing this person in for a sample. Just all of these things, that you don't even get the daddy BK match until December 27th or 28th. 27th, you know what I mean? So it's like all of this stuff. Yes, he was a bigger part of a pool of people. I just feel like they got the information, they got the tip, they ran with the tip, and they were in a position where they were like, you know what, we're gonna wait. We know the evidence is going to materialize. We know the evidence is going to materialize. We just have to wait for it. And unfortunately, just like how cocky they are with how much evidence we think that they have or they claim to have, with the transparency that they were having, and how they even told the community that there was nothing to worry about. It just makes you wonder about it all. So this is Law and Crime. They're going to have, I think, a previous detective on there discussing it. And this is going to be about how they zeroed in on him. So we'll listen to what they have to say.
We're not sure how the state decides on Brian Koberger.
Oh, 1 second. Let me go ahead and give you a contribution. Call out Janet Shepard, super chat, $2. Great show. Need the laughs. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, and thank you for all that you do. Mainly the peace and positivity. Everybody, what's up, Rock Chalk? How you doing? Appreciate
it. Tracy said Koberger cookies. I think it's Koberger cookies and Delphi Delight bars. So
be careful with the Koberger cookies. You might get into some legality issues there. Unless you just spell it different. You call it a Koberger, Burger, and make the cookie look like a burger. Well, there you go. There you go. Koberger cookie. All right.
Burger cookies.
Yeah.
Koberger.
Brian Koberger's defense team claims they're not
suspect.
entirely clear how law enforcement identified him as their suspect in the Idaho4 murders. But prosecutors say the defense has the answer in their hands. So what is it?
Contribution call out. Jamie Roseberg, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Appreciate you.
I'm Anjanette Levy. It's Wednesday, and
Go
this
Cowboys.
is Crime Fix. Brian Koberger was arrested and charged with the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students nearly 7 weeks after they were found stabbed to death in their house near campus. We know Koberger drove a white Hyundai Elantra that police said was seen at the house on King Road. And the lead detective said Koberger's DNA was found on the snap of the K-bar knife sheath left next to Maddie Mogyn's body. But how did police get to him? This is what Brian Koberger's lawyer, Ann Taylor, said last month during a hearing.
And the clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Brian Koberger comes to their attention and is identified. I've read that PC affidavit over and over and over again, and I'm not sure.
Now, in a filing this week, prosecutors essentially said the defense should already know the answer to that question. They wrote, this information can be obtained from the TUI letter from the FBI to the state dated November 28th, 2023. So what's this TUI letter and what does it say? Bobby Chacon is a retired FBI agent and also a lawyer. Bobby, what is a TUI letter?
I think the best way people can think about a TUI letter, it's kind of like a subpoena. It is a request for documents or witnesses, usually a witness, of a government agency in cases where that agency isn't a party to the proceeding. So if they're a party, then you go through the subpoena route. But it's very similar to a subpoena. It's a request for documents and or a witness to be provided in the case.
So the FBI, according to the prosecution, sends this TUI letter, which should answer this question about how Brian Koberger became the suspect in this murder case on November 28th. That's 15 days after the homicide. So I know I'm asking you to speculate a little bit, but what on earth could that letter have said, and why is the FBI sending it to the prosecution?
I think what's actually, and I read the filing, I think there's a little bit of a mistake on the prosecution that they say the FBI TUI letter. I think what they mean is the response, the FBI's response to the TUI letter. I believe what happened is here, the prosecution probably sent a TUI letter to the FBI and the FBI responded to that. The FBI would not send out a TUI letter. That's not the purpose of it. You wouldn't do that. But they responded to a TUI letter that was probably sent to them by the prosecution because the prosecution was probably trying to line up all of its information that it may need later down the case. Again, it's speculation, like you said, but they wanted to know how Brian Koberger was initially identified, initially put on their radar. And the FBI had something to do with that. We know through genealogy and things like that. We know the DNA. And so they probably were trying to gather in the early stages of the investigation all the information that they felt they might need later on. And part of that was how the FBI assisted Idaho in identifying this individual.
So that was going to be my next question, because we know they found Brian Koberger's DNA, a single source male DNA profile on the snap of that K-bar knife sheath that was found next to and kind of underneath Maddie Mogyn's body, horrifically. And, you know, it wasn't in CODIS. It wasn't in the FBI database of known felons. So then they had to do some work. So the FBI goes to work with Othram and they start building the trees and they do what they do. And that's how, in my mind, they would have figured out who the suspect was. So was it possibly about the genetic genealogy information in this TUI letter? Obviously asking you to speculate again.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, in my opinion, that's what it was about. It was about not only specifically to this case, but in general, how this system works, how you did what you did. I think that's what they were trying to gather, so they have those answers down the road as it moved forward. But I think you're right. And again, I think it's important in the timeline of things to not say, you know, they found Brian Koberger's DNA on that knife sheath. What they found was DNA on the knife sheath. And then they did that whole thing that you just explained, that whole process, because it is a process and it is, and you have to go back. And let's remember what genealogy does. It doesn't give us a suspect. It gives us a grouping of suspects, right? And then we have to go out and do further investigation on the individuals that are in that pool of suspects. So it narrows it down, and then we look at each individual, and then you go and try to get that individual's DNA surreptitiously, as they did here, and then match it directly. So there's a couple of steps in the process.
So probably on November 28th, 15 days after the homicides, they know they've got this unknown male DNA profile. The feds are involved in this. The FBI is involved because the thing is just a monster of a case happening in this little town in Idaho with the Idaho State Police involved. They know they've got some work to do. They're maybe getting a pool of suspects from the genetic genealogy work that's done. And then the next big date in this case is November 29th, because they also know that a white Hyundai Elantra, according to the police, was also seen at the crime scene. And the FBI was involved in identifying that vehicle. And then, they had asked, unbeknownst to all of us at the time, they'd asked law enforcement to be on the lookout for this white Hyundai Elantra. We have two Washington State University police officers putting a query in on November 29th, the day after this letter. And they see, oh, this Brian Koberger, this student drives a white Hyundai Elantra. I kind of gathered from reading all the documents that kind of information might have gotten passed along, but put into a pile of other information for a time. So, then there are a number of days that pass. On December 7th, like 8 days later, that is when the cops release the images of the Hyundai Elantra, and they're like, we need information about this. So to me, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong,
They didn't release
I don't
that.
think that they made the connection with Koberger and the Elantra back then on November 29th if they're asking for information from the public about it on December 7th.
Right.
Well, I think you're right. And I think that people have to understand that, it's easy for us to look at an investigation after the fact and see moving in a linear direction. But oftentimes it's not, especially that early on in an investigation. So I think what was happening is several things were happening at once. They were doing a couple of different things. The pool over here with the DNA is starting to develop. The video is starting to be enhanced. And you have different teams within the investigation doing different things. And then ultimately it all gets married up together. But I think in those early days, you had a couple of different things going on. I think the prosecution sent that two-way letter to the FBI saying, tell us exactly how you're doing this, because we're the ones that are going to be responsible for prosecuting this as a murder case in our state. And we want to make sure that everything you're doing is going to marry up with what, is proper in our laws in the state and things like that. So they wanted to get that information from the FBI. What is your investigative genealogy process? How does that work? Even if it's not, specific to this case, how are you doing it? And the prosecutors want to be comfortable with that. And at the same time, like you said, another team is working on that DNA off that knife sheath. Another team is working on the video of that Elantra and enhancing it. And so all of these things, and then down the road, it gets married up. But I think initially, what we're seeing now is several things happening at one time, but they're all put together later on.
Yeah. And it's important to note, too, when they first asked for the information about the Hyundai, they were saying 2011 to 2013. Then later they look back and the FBI analyst says, well, it could have been 2011 to 2016. Koberger drove a 2015. So let's move on to our next significant date. December 7th, as I said, they asked the public for help. Here is a white Hyundai Elantra. This is what it looks like. Please call us if you know of white Hyundai Elantras in the area, etc. And then like a week later or so, Brian Koberger and his dad are driving cross country. They get pulled over twice in Indiana within, several minutes of each other, or these two traffic stops. The FBI says, look, we were not monitoring him at that time. So he was not under surveillance. These were kind of interdiction, drugs, traffic stops, because he was obviously a bad driver. The guy is always getting pulled over. So, even then it seems like all those pieces had not yet quite come together, even on that date. So would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I think exactly.
It's who was it? He's an FBI, Bobby Chacon, retired FBI agent, and something else. He's doing something else now. I can't remember what she said in the beginning. She mentioned it in the beginning. Bobby Chacon.
Exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing in parts of the investigation put together and parts not yet. but ultimately we see them put together, but we just don't know exactly when, because sometimes that's not even documented. You're just talking about it within the case team itself and saying this and that, and then you go back and document. But I think what we were doing is we're seeing the evolution of the investigation. Again, I sometimes have, I have differing thoughts on those stops, on whether they were coordinated. I don't think they were coordinated. I think, as the FBI said, I just think it's just really suspiciously coincidental that two happened so close together. I think one was probably orchestrated, possibly not by the FBI, but one probably wasn't. The second one probably wasn't. But yeah, I think multiple things were happening. It's always easy to look back and to impugn the investigation with all the knowledge they had, ultimately, or tying them together ultimately. Even if they had them, they hadn't connected those dots yet.
We'll get back to Crime Fix in just a sec, but first I want to tell you about our sponsor.
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you. What is it?
Coworker cookies.
My Lord. Yeah.
Link in the description
This is crazy.
to submit a claim. My reading of this, the next important date, according to the probable cause affidavit, December 23rd. Okay. That is 8 days after the Indiana traffic stops and 7 days before Brian Kohberger's arrested. Brett Payne, the lead detective on this case, requests and receives Brian Kohberger's cell phone records. Bobby, wouldn't that kind of probably be the day, or wouldn't you say like in the days before that, or maybe the day before that, they had narrowed down maybe that genetic genealogy information and they see, oh my God, this guy drives a white Elantra. They get his phone records and then surveillance begins, because they don't start digging through his dad's trash in the Poconos for several more days.
Yeah, I think absolutely. And yeah, you're right. I think that's exactly what happened. And I think that on your product question, then they go back and they say, oh, this guy was stopped twice. And then they go back and see the video and everything starts to come together. But I think, again, like we said, he might have been in a larger pool of suspects. And then with each little piece that you're talking about, that pool gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So you might have even been looking at somebody else at the same time and then ruled them out for whatever reason. But that pool just gets smaller and smaller. We're always accused by the defense of focusing in on one person too quickly. It's always the accusation. But it's not always the case, because a lot of times you're looking at somebody else here or there, and and different people in that pool has a different probability. Maybe Kohberger was higher, but there were probably some other people that were lower, and then they get dropped off the list because of whatever reason, alibis or whatever. And I think that all of the steps you're outlining here in this timeline are those steps that move Brian Kohberger higher and higher and higher on that list.
Yeah, it just seems like to me like they had these little pieces kind of floating around in the investigation, but it doesn't all kind of congeal and come together until around maybe December 23rd. And that's when they start, the surveillance starts in Pennsylvania, and then they really move in and things really start to heat up. So that's kind of my reading of all of it. I'm kind of confused as to why the defense is so confused about how their guy was identified, because this is my reading of it. But they also have 51 terabytes of information to go through. That's a lot. So Bobby Chacon, any final thoughts?
Yeah, people should remember, too, that the court is not going to entertain itself with how Brian Kohberger was brought before it. That could be an issue for another court. It could be an issue for a civil proceeding. But generally, a criminal court that is looking at criminal charges, its job, and that judge is looking at, did this defendant do the crimes he's charged with? How he got in front of the court is generally something the court will not look at. Again, false arrest, false imprisonment, all of that stuff is civil proceedings or proceedings for another court. But this court will not probably entertain issues of how the only issue is his guilt or innocence on the charges that he's facing, not how he was brought before this particular court.
I think the defense personally is looking for a way to possibly file a motion to suppress some evidence. They're looking for anything, a thread to pull on, perhaps. That's my view of it. What do you think?
Sure, and that's their job, right? That's their job.
Of course, it's totally their job.
There's nothing wrong with that. I know people like tend to hate on defense attorneys, but that's literally their job. They wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't be aggressive in their defense of their client. No matter how dastardly we think this guy is, they still have a job to do. They're going to do it. And I've always faced that challenge willingly and gladly faced that challenge when I had cases with prosecutors going to trial. It's not something that you fear. It's something that's part of the system and should be applauded.
Bobby Chacon, thank you so much as always for coming on. We appreciate it.
Bobby Chacon. Well, there you go. Not too many people in chat like Bobby Chacon. But I bet you like Silky Southern tea, so you better go subscribe if you're not subscribed already. And instead of Law and Crime getting their little bath towel commercial in, we'll just slip a little bit of this in there. So screw your bath towel, Law and Crime.
I'm going to tell you, I've got to do a commercial. If it's just a parody, that's fine. I've got to do that.
Well,
but I really think we've been missing out, CJ. We have missed a money-making opportunity here.
Hey, we're too busy doing real work to think about that. But hey, trust me. We're gonna have a little something, even if it's a spoof. I'm gonna have something for your ass. So whenever you hear like a bath towel commercial, all of a sudden CJ is just gonna play something for 20 seconds real quick.
There you go.
Just hit the mute and let it go, and then I'll just unmute it when they start talking again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Learn from the big dogs, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. Silky, if you're not busy tomorrow, you're more than welcome to join Dylan Round's case tomorrow morning. Idaho4 tomorrow night. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to be doing that show. So like 10 to 2. I've actually thought about maybe starting it a little later because it just so it seems like it's a lot easier for people to, it's might be a little early or something. So I thought about I've been thinking the last few weeks, I've been thinking like schedule little tweaks to the schedule, different things like that. So I'm going to be trying different things. So I even thought about trying to do like maybe 11 Central to like 2 Central, noon to 3 Eastern, something like that. I
might be able to come in late. I've got an appointment at 10 at my cable provider, my internet provider.
Oh, speaking of.
Yeah. So, I've got to go into the office and try to get some stuff set up. But, and I don't know how long that'll be. I know. Jeez. But I may be able to join you a little bit later when I get out of there. My private little hell.
Hey, it is what it is. Good luck, though. I've already tried. I know it ain't the cable line. It's the motherfucking roof. That's the problem. And it's been the problem for months. And like I said, now that we got this cleaning crew that came through and made it sparkly from top to bottom, there should be no reason. You know what I mean? So we are all good. It's when you play chess, you know what I'm saying? You think ahead, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we just had a restoration crew come in here and clean it up. What do you mean? It ain't that clean. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Chess, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Thank you for all you guys do. Love you, mods, chat, and everybody else. Thank you so much. Great show. We'll see you 2 times tomorrow and all weekend. Appreciate you, Silky. Thank you, Andrew D. Myers. Law offices of Andrew D. Myers. Thank you for hopping in earlier. This is part 1, and we'll be doing part 2 coming up in a few days. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Silky.